Instagram. Uh, in Instagram, you either following or being followed, correct? Okay. Following is easy. Being followed is not that easy. To be followed by other people, what you should have in the Instagram world, what you should do so that people will follow you in the social media. Personal branding, something to offer, good. Good looking, thank you, my friend. You can use AI to do that, don't worry. What else? Good looking, personal branding, something to offer, value, we call it value, something to offer. What else? Promote something. Credibility, marketing yourself, integrating, okay. The problem is, I already do that, but why my follower is still small? What happens? There must be something missing. There must be a missing link where that make me still. Storytelling? Okay. Every social media have their own, what we call it, algorithm. If you are using Facebook, the philosophy of Facebook is telling stories. So don't put brochures in the Facebook. Nobody will reply it. But if you tell your own stories, they will listen to you. How about in TikTok? What is the philosophy of the TikTok? Short video. Yes, you have to have a punch line in a very short term, and short seconds. One message, one video, correct? You hit the message, you got your followers. That is TikTok. Storytelling. How about Instagram? What is the philosophy of the Instagram algorithm? Yeah. Gram. Gram mean pictures. Insta mean instant. Look into one picture and I know what does it mean. Say it with pictures. You don't have to have a lot of words, but say it with pictures. That is the philosophy. The problem with us, we have one message, we are then using different social media. I create one brochure, I upload it in Facebook, in Instagram, in TikTok, whatever, with the same brochures. Not all have the same result because the philosophy of the social media algorithm is different. Maybe in your generation there will be no social media. After you have chip on your brain, maybe you need a telepathy. Okay. Every day you're just laughing wherever you go until you know what happens, yeah? Okay, now. You still remember? I am a digital immigrant, you are digital native. What are the core difference than immigrant and native? Digital immigrants tend to defend their status quo because I already satisfied with that activities, with that approach. Why should I go to the digital? Unless somebody can prove it me I'm wrong. But in the native digital, you using this way, why you can using the other way? For examples, I will show you what happened. Pak Andri, the old generation, my friend, old generation, open their wallet. How many cards do you have, Pak? How many cards? In Indonesia, the X generation, minimum 10 cards inside. More than 20 cards. This is the man wallet, yeah. The woman wallet is the longer one. It can be 20, 30, yeah. One discount card per one stores, a fitness card, driving license. One bank have 3 cards, one debit, one credit, one e-money, correct? Because we are native immigrant. But if I ask the new generation, actually, how many cards do you need? Maybe people said, maybe Singaporean said, we just need one for everything. But maybe the China said, why you need a card? You just need one super apps, correct? One super apps enough. But maybe one person from Japan said, why you need an apps? Just go and show your face. It's an image processing things, correct? So that is how the native things. Right now, you believe it or not, check Indonesian banks, etc. They are still trying to produce cards, while other natives trying to eliminate cards. There's a very simple question about what is the differentiation between the new and old generation. Old generation, if we go to the hotel, although I have a hotel that I like those hotels, I come to that hotel every time I go to one city. Even when I come out from the taxi, he said, hello, Pak Eko. Nice meeting you again. And I'll go to the hotel and said, Eko, how are you? Nice having you in our hotel. And the receptionist said, Mr. Eko, very glad to have you again here again. I love that greetings, correct? But I hate them when he said, can I see your ID? You already greet me. You already know who I am. And you ask me my ID. What does it mean?
Because they don't know you.
He doesn't trust me. So why you greet me? Why you say, hi, Eko? Correct? You know what I mean, right? But for the new generations, it's enough. You come from a taxi, hello, Mr. Eko, CCTV, face recognition, that's really Eko. Okay. You don't have to go to the receptionist, your room is ready. You check in every time you want to board the airplane. Why you should check in? When you do the check-in, you log in or the airplane provider contact you. You log in, right? But actually, can you do better than that, right? For example, may I know your name, ma'am? Yeah, Intan. Why you have to wait until Intan log in? If I am the airplane, I just said, Ibu Intan, according to our record, you will be flying with us 2 days from now. Because I know from the very beginning you like window seat, I provide you with the seat number 23A. Yes or no? If you say yes, check in already. If you say no, may I ask you why? And you just say yes. That's it. Why you have to be username, password, fine, blah, 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 blah. And click where is the position I want to choose, right? Those are the difference between the immigrant and the native. You can have many things to shape this word of possibility. What time is it? Because my material is 4 semesters actually. And 4 semester I have to squeeze it in 30 to 45 minutes. Okay. Now, collaboration. In your word, we have a very diverse and disparity communities. Why we have to collaborate? Bigger result? Very nice. Because you have very limited resources, so I have to collaborate with somebody who have that resources. How many people in this room? 47. How many dreams in this room? How can you fulfill your dream if you don't? You were born because your father and mom collaborate. Correct? If your father and your mother not collaborate, you never exist. As simple as that. Because many people said, why should we collaborate? When you collaborate, you will produce something, whatever it is. Your father, your mother collaborate, and the product is you. Right? So that's a very simple, it's a very humanized collaborate. It is not a scientist theories, because by default, human is individual and social being. We cannot live without love. We cannot live without somebody else. Yeah, I feel alone, like Home Alone or whatever movie it is. Okay? Now, this is very interesting. Based on the United Nations data, the youth population is almost 2 billion, and most of them are in Asia Pacific. Wow. That's why APNG is very important. See? The largest share, 70% of those young youth population are in Asia Pacific. Why? I give you 100,000 rupiah if you know the answer.
Because we have China, India, and Indonesia located in Asia.
Okay, that's a good thing. You got 100,000 rupiah. Really? 100,000 rupiah for the correct answer.
Thank you, Pak Eko.
Don't worry, my finance director is here. I can just ask him. The very simple answer is because we have the most populated countries. But there are two reasons that you don't know. How many people, how many children usually China, India, Indonesia have in the family? Minimum 2, 3. I have 4. How about in the Western world? How many children they have? 1, 0, or minus. Yeah. So what happened is, we call our generation have a demographic bonuses. But in the West, what they have is aging society. Correct? Aging society is the situation where the non-productive people, the number of the non-productive people exceed the number of the productive people. Asia Pacific, the number of productive people exceed the number of non-productive. So how we solve this problem? Easy. West meet East. Right? One need productive people, one is lack, and like you said, we have to share. As simple as that. Yeah. The problem is if everybody have many children, there's a problem, right? Because no demand and supply. But now it's a good demand and supply. But Asia Pacific has to understand what is the requirements, what is the needs of the West. And if the West right now is the leaders of the old generation world, next time the youth will take over this one, because you are the one that have the bonuses demography. Say we don't do any internet, we don't do anything, we just war 1-to-1. Who wins? Of course, the most productive people. 1-to-1 means you will battle with one grandpa, right? With grandma. So the opportunity is there. With billion in numbers, youth demographics demand a leading role in the digital futures. As long as we unite, as long as we collaborate, as long as we have the similar or the shared dreams. Okay? So there are 4 challenges your generation have to face. Number 1 is digital divide. Why we have to solve digital divide? Why don't, let it be, I don't have a problem with the access of internet. Let them who have problem take care of themselves. Why should we take care of digital divide? What will produce the unequalizers?
I think that if we are have this kind of problem, it will be impacting the productivity of the people. So it will be back again to the economy. So it's really important for the nation to make sure that this is not happening.
Yeah, because if you don't help the what we call the people who have problems facing or living in this world, you believe it or not, it will create what we call as the domino effects. You don't have a food. What will you do for survive? People in the desperate situation can do many things. Can do bad things, can do good things. If everybody do good things, it's good. But how if they do the bad things? It will influence you. It will influence the stability of the world. That's why we have to always to ensure that at least nobody in our environment are below the standard of living. At least for the food, for the clothes, and for the place to stay. Okay? Because if they are in that position, they will become our partners to produce more. Yeah. Challenge number 2, ethical and privacy concerns. This has become a problem right now. Why? Cyber attacks. For 10 years, I'm safeguarding Indonesian internet. And every time I talk about cyber crimes to youth, they said, this is my handphone. There's nothing in my handphone. Why should I am scared of, correct? I don't know in your country, and in my country, this is one of my observations of the young generations. They bring handphone to the bathroom to listen to the music. This is also in yours? It's not my son. I thought my son only. My son, my daughters, they bring iPad, they bring handphones to listen to the music in the bathroom. And the way they position in the bathroom is so that the speaker are the maximum. So it's like you like entering the discotheque in your bathroom. Do you know that hackers can take over your camera without you know? And what happened if you wrongly position the camera? Now they understand. It's not about the stealing the money. It's not about the leak of the data. It's about your privacy. So every time you go to the bathroom, please, if you still want to have handphone, put it down, no camera here. But the problem, my handphone have 2 side camera. So what you should do? Using cover with a towel. If you cover with a towel, the speaker is not maximum. So you know what my my daughter did after I tell it to them? They still bring the handphone, put it with a towel, and she bring an extra Bluetooth speakers. Because the Bluetooth speaker has no camera. The camera is closed, but the Bluetooth speaker is still there. That is. You know what dangerous in your generation? If the glasses. How do you know that's a real glasses or not the glasses with the camera? The glasses not to spy you out now, but they are using glasses in a working environment. They try to steal the intellectual property. Yeah. They go to the manufacturer, they go to the very same place, and they see, oh, this is the company, this is the machine, this is how they work, and they steal intellectual property through the glasses. That is the ethical and privacy concerns. Number 3 is the mental health and cyber risk. How many hours you spend in the digital world every day? Have you calculated? How many hours? Okay. I show you the statistic in Indonesia. One day, how many hours? 24 hours. A good sleeping, how many hours? 8 hours. Okay. 24 minus 8, 16. Out of that 16 hours, the average of Indonesia interact with the digital world is 8 hours. It means a half of the day is spending in, and it's increasing. It's increasing. Maybe in your generation, can be 9 hours, 10 hours, or even 12 hours. Yeah, 6 hours only you interact with human. That's why there's so many futuristic movie, right? That try to simulate that situation. Then challenge number 4, under-representation of leadership. This is the one that you have to earn. Because right now, youth leadership under 30, only 5% at the most in this world. The one that have resources are the old generation. You have to earn these leaderships. Earn means you show yourself. I'm glad that the president of the many nations right now is getting younger and younger. Correct, yeah? So, leadership is very important. But you don't, to do the leadership, you have to earn it. You have to show that you have a capability to lead other people. This is your challenge. And opportunity, innovation, and entrepreneurship, my generation give up. You are the best because you are native. Yeah, all of the application for whatever, immigration, healthcare, transportation, all are the youngsters who have to build the application. So you win this one. Digital activism and advocacy. This is very important. Why? Do you see that many nations have problem after they have conversation in the social media? So now it's not the battle or the war of resources. It's the battle of mindset. If you can take over people's mindset, you can do many kind of things. And to battle or to get or to change or to alternate people's mindset, all you need is the access to the social media. If you say something, you offer something, they like it, they become your follower, and whatever you do, they will do it. And that is what we call as the digital activism. Emerging technology. More and more technology are coming here. Quantum computer is here. You know what is quantum computers? How long you need time to download 1 gigabyte of file? Yeah, usually lah. Minus 1055, okay. How long you have to wait to download from the internet 1 terabyte of file? Forever. In the quantum computing, to download 1 terabyte of file, you need only 1 second. You can imagine how fast the computer will be. Maybe before you enter, it's already entered automatically because you know what you are trying to do. That fast is the computer in the next. So the movie like Avatar, have you seen the the Mission Impossible, the last one? What's the Mission Impossible, the last one? The entity. Because the last time I heard in the BRICS, where the Putin is there, Indonesian president is, several president China is there, they said that what happens in the Mission Impossible, the last movies, it's likely to happen. Can you imagine if there is a virus in this world and suddenly you open your account in the bank, you look into your safe and all show zero number? What happened? Suddenly in your safe, zero. 0 yen, 0 rupiah, $0, 0 euro, all over the world. What happens? Panic? Chaos? That is why the price of gold increase. Physical gold. Because if the become chaos, you still have the old way to do it, the physical goals, which is still limited. Okay? I'm not the gold in here, seller here. That is just one of the conspiracy theory. We learn from the Greta Thunberg with the tweet, Fridays for Futures. In one tweet, 4 million participants here. We know about Malala, yeah, the one that have shake the world with her speech in the United Nations. Oh yeah? Can you introduce me to her? I really admire her. I really admire her. Mm-hmm.
She wants to improve our hometown school education system because one of my hometown village is belong to poor family.
Mm-hmm.
All of very family, poor family. So also the education is a commercialization of education.
Yes.
So she basically support to the our education system. And now I don't know she in United States.
I want to invite her to come to Indonesia actually, to give inspiration to the youth.
Yeah, maybe because she is so humble. Maybe if
Yeah.
she will be definitely come to Indonesia.
So you become the chairman of the committee, yeah, to make her come to here. Okay, I'm serious about, because I'm trying to find the connection. Now I'm lucky I met you, so who knows I can.
We are connected with our family.
Oh, great. You have hot water and you have cold water. If you mix the hot and cold water, what happens? It's a warm water. If you mix the hot water and the hotter water, what will it means? The hotter water, right? That is the formula of digital gap. You are very rich, this is very full, you mix it, you only have the warm, right? But if you have all on the hot water, you have increased the temperatures. That's why digital divide or whatever divide, we have to battle to bridge those situations. Okay, blah, blah, blah. In Singapore, there are so many innovations. I learned a lot from the local innovation in our neighbor Singapore, especially for all of the creative and innovative solutions. Yeah, we learned to help us during the COVID, for the healthcare, for the immigration. Right? It's okay to learn from the best. Now, best practice right now, the differentiation between my generation and you is we have to pay so much money to have knowledge. For our degree, bachelor, master degree, to have knowledge we have to pay. But now, as long as you have connection, it's free. Knowledge becomes communities. With MOOC, Massive Open Online Course, the existence of EDX, Coursera, FutureLearn, Open to Study, whatever, the knowledge is in your hand for free. University of the People, I'm one of the graduation from there. Because of this one, I finished I finished 5 PhD and 6 masters because of this one. Yeah, yeah. You know why? Because in Indonesia we call it S1, S2, S3. S1 is bachelor, S2 is master, S3 is doctoral, PhD. Because I have 1 S1 and 6 X2, it means I have S13. Plus 5 doctoral, 15. So I have S28.
Like Samsung.
Yeah, I don't want to be beaten by Samsung. Samsung have S26 already. I have S28, yeah. We have to be always ahead of the curve, yeah. When Samsung have S28, I have to become S31. Wow. No, seriously, because of this Coursera, EDX, e-learning, you can do. It's like Walt Disney said, if you can dream it, you can do it. But what is the first step to do? If you can dream it, you can do it. But there's the thing that you have to do first. Wake up from the dream. Yeah, correct? If you can dream it, you can do it. Now, wake up from your dream and make it come true. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I believe you are the future of this planet. So, please, after all of our generation die, bring us back with the time machine. Thank you so much. It's will be very wonderful to meet all of you. And sir, we just form one committee to bring, yes, to Indonesia to inspire all the youth. Thank you so much. Jam berapa nih?
On time.
Okay, on time. Thank you so much. Enjoy Jakarta.
Question and answer, Q&A.
Oh yeah, if you have question, answer. You question. Any question? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My name is Adventus Emmanuel from Indonesia. So my questions regarding the actions and response to face the gap and also all of the reverse policies. For
Okay.
instance, because in the Scandinavia country like Denmark and Finland, they now implement the reverse policy. Like in the class, they don't allow the students to use any digital
Yeah.
devices there. Thank
Okay.
you.
We can use the approach. Okay. This is the law. Don't. You can only do something that's under your control. Correct? If you are a teacher, I can make whatever class I want it. But I don't have the power, the authority to control whatever outside me. I cannot control government rules, correct? I cannot control my Minister of Finance in helping people, cannot. But I can control within my territory. So number one, whatever it is, change something that's under your control. If you are a leader, you have so many controls, right? You can use policy. Very easy because you are the leaders. But how about if we are in the medium or in the bottom of the pyramid? I always believe on this approach. Start small, replicate fast. The good thing is, if the small starting is good, it can become a good virus and people will follow because that is my authority. Start small, replicate fast. That is if we are in that. But if you are in the top, you can create. How about if my leader said something that I don't agree? We cannot change it. They are my leader. But when you become a leader, change things. Right? Don't worry, my friend. Okay, sir. Oh, you first, yeah. Ladies first. Ladies first, sir. Ladies first because,
Hello, sir. I'm Intan from Indonesia.
yes, Intan.
Okay, sorry. So, I mean, like, what the AI that we have right now is artificial narrow intelligence. Actually, AI only do what we're telling them to do. And I mean, like, according to these scientists and all of these app developer, there will be like more in the future, like artificial general intelligence, and then in the future there will be AI super intelligence.
Yeah.
So technically, this AGI and ASI is gonna be like a catastrophic thing. It results or cause or catastrophic things for the human being specifically, which is something that we should avoid technically because
Yeah.
they will give like big harm for us despite
Yeah.
the fact that they will create more development especially for our country. So is it possible for the government specifically to like propose a possibility for this AGI and ASI to never be developed? Okay, the needs of this like digital transformation is strong, but the fact that that will bring significant catastrophic to our life is like tremendous.
Okay.
So I mean, like, how's your response to that? Thank you.
Okay. Who is smarter, Tony Stark or Jarvis? Who make Jarvis? Who is smarter, Tony Stark or Jarvis in Iron Man? Good. What is the KPI of smart? What is Society 5.0? Society 5.0 said there is a situation where human has to work together with machines to help humans' problems. So it's a human-centered society. Who is the master? Who is the slave? AI is the master or the slave? That's it. It's as simple as that. Why you make them a master? AI, internet, social media, whatever next to come, it's just, what is it? We call it it's a dead entity, correct? Who use the dead entity? The human. That's why they call it artificial. Do you think AI have emotion? Maybe, but artificial emotion. What is artificial emotion? It's just an expression of the mathematics formula based on the pattern, blah, blah, blah. It's not like human emotion. Out of 8 human intellectual components, what is the AI will not take over? AI can take over this, but never take over. Yeah. This is the thing that attests to the human. That's why they call it, even the super intelligent, whatever intelligence, A is still there, artificial. You watch the futuristic movie, right? I ask you a question. All Terminator, Avatar, Star Trek, whatever lah, Lord of the Rings, whatever. In those very modern, where people can talk to machine, can talk to the airplane, can talk to the things, can talk to the chairs, whatever. Do you see in that movie the apa namanya? The scene of romantics? You see the scene of conflict? You see the about love? It's all humanized, right? Something that related to the humanistic still there. Don't worry. But what I'm worried is, like you said, AI decide to destroy human because the one that endanger human is human.
But actually, sir, regarding this AGI and ASI, we're talking about the alignment problem that occurred because of this development itself. This alignment problem, okay, like for instance, we're having this how to solve a climate crisis. AI, please help us to solve climate crisis. Which climate crisis occur because of the human activity, something like that. So all the AI can think about this alignment problem is that, okay,
Yeah. Yeah. All AI application never objective or even free of values. Why? Who create AI? I give you examples. There are AIs, when you ask them to draw something, he will draw it for you. But there's another apply with the same features. If you ask them to draw something, they refuse to draw it. Why? You use ChatGPT? Yeah. Yeah. What I'm afraid is the person, the value of the person who create an AI. Ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT, give me the most effective way to rob a bank. What did ChatGPT answer? I'm sorry, I cannot help you. They can, but they will not say to you because they have their values. But you ask similar LLM in the dark web, they will answer the question. Why they answer the question? Because the developer of that AI allowed you to answer that question. So there are two types of ethical. Ethical of the person who use AI and a person who create AI. Okay? Who create AI? The angel or an evil? Which one is better? A good evil or the worst angel? Or the bad angel? You know what I mean, right? And the value of the humanities, it will also become the value of people who creates AI. You ask ChatGPT, draw a Superman with an Iron Man. He said, sorry, that's under the IPR of DC Comics or Marvel. They want to create it. But another application, they do it. Violate the copyright. Yeah, it depends on us. Depends on the human. Who is the man behind the gun? Because if we refuse technology, it's like, from now on, all of the mom in the kitchen, please, no knife. Because it's danger, right? Never use knife because it's danger. Never use electricity because it's dangerous. People can get killed. So if you want to build something, you just shoot your mouth. So it's all about who is the man behind the guns and what is your mindset, what is your value. It will create what happened in this planet. One last question, my friend. Yes? Oh, yeah, after this, yeah? Yes, sir.
My name is Rahman Walid Sahar. I'm from Afghanistan. Actually, my question also same with.
Oh, same.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
answer
with
same then.
yeah, yeah. Like if I will extend a little bit more, if we conclude the benefit in the positive side effect and negative side effect, if we conclude AI has positive positive side effect or negative side effect, like if we balance to the human ethics, like if we conclude which the positive side is heavy or the negative side, like if we conclude like this.
Thank you for that, remind me.
Yeah.
Everything now depends on the balance, correct? Because human always create something new, and whatever those news, they have a positive and negative a negative result. Who give that positive and negative? The person who use it, right? Not the thing itself, the person who use it. If you think this is not good for us, unplug. Why bother, right? There is one country have a very strong policy in AI, so be it, because maybe it's not fit with the cultures. But we are the plug, and the unplug thing is the human, not the AI itself. Last question. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry. Last question, yeah? I give you my number, don't worry. Anybody from the Philippines? 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 I graduated from Pamantasan ng Luzon, Manila. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. My name is Trestania Kambu. You call me Nia.
Nia.
I'm from Papua. Thank you for the opportunity. I think I should say this. Internet networks in Papua region, especially South and Central Papua, have experienced several disruption.
Okay.
Signed 24 or 25 August 2026 due to breakdown of the submarine cable communication system on the Sorong, Fakfak, and Timika,
Okay.
Merauke section. You should know that I saved it for real in Papua, Indonesia, and it was really disturbing at the time. This has resulted in drastically slowed or completely unrestricted internet service, Telkomsel, with a gradual recovery.
Yeah.
What is your view, sir?
Yeah. Very nice questions. We talk about digital gap. All of the internet service providers, telco business, they usually don't want to connect one particular area. The area which is very large and only a small population. Why? Is not profitable, correct? The area is very big, very remote, but the population is small. Now, you have to know this one so that you can enforce your government. The world know this situation, not just in Papua, but also in other countries. So there is a regulation from the ITU, International Telecommunication Union. Whoever you are that have business in the telecommunication, telco, whatever, blah, 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 you have to spare your profit to develop that area. They call it CSO, obligation, so a corporate social obligation. The problem is, it's very big. If I'm not mistaken, 3 or 5%. And the income of the telco company is very huge, right? But the problem is, you know what is the problem? If that happens, why are so many countries in this world still have those areas? Where the money of that 3 to 5%?
Because there's no audit regarding is it that the company doing good?
Is corrupted. As easy as that. Until now, that law still enforced unless you cannot operate as the telecommunication company. That is the corporate social responsibility to help those areas, the large area with a small population. Now you are a youth, you ask for the audit in your country. You ask where is those money come to. It's very important. Oh, sorry, not CSO, USO, Universal Service Obligation, USO. Audit that USO. It should be designated for the that have to bridge the digital. Indonesian country code X62. My number is 818-925-926. That is my number, my telephone number. Because I have to, Pak Jarod already remind me that my time is up. So if you have many questions, you can ask through my handphone. Plus 62, Indonesia 62, 818-925-926. Thank you very much, and I cannot give everything.
Thank you very much.
May your dream come true.
Thank you, Viper.
Yes, I return back to my students.
Thank you, Professor Eko, for the insightful
Don't use
presentation.
ChatGPT.
I'm not sure.
Take picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay seated because we're gonna have a photo session with
Oh yeah, from there lah langsung.
for the speaker first.
Oh, for the speaker, you have many picture of me.
Ayo para speaker.
Yeah, we would like to invite all the keynote speakers for the day to on the stage, and our documentation team. Jeremy.
Tolong panggil Prof. Ucu.
Professor Ucu, please.
Yes, we will also welcome to Professor Dr. Ucu Cahyana from University of Nusa Bangsa.
Iya.
Perlu 2 baris nggak?
Enggak sih, dapat semua.
You see, the old generation will take pictures.
Once again from
Also with the fellows, could we ask the fellows also?
Okay, now we'll have a photo session together with all the fellows and participants. Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe can you share my slide? Okay. 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 Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Glad to see you here. And this is the first time for the Pradita, but I feel very, very homey in here. So because many fellow, many colleagues in here. So please introduce. My name is Abba Suganda Girsang. Maybe it's like different of the Prof. Eko. Yeah, maybe Abba is quietly unique name, right? But Suganda, I think common name, right, in Indonesia. Yeah. Su means the beautiful, and Ganda means that double. So beautiful. Okay. Okay. And yeah, I think I'm a little bit wrong to this time, because this time is very, I think, very specific to the IT. But when I know this is for the general, maybe some slide I will skip. Yeah, because some of this slide is very detailed of the technical. Okay. Maybe a little bit. I describe my profile. Yeah. So I am from graduated from the Gajah Mada University. Is there anybody from Jogja here? No? Oh, yeah. From Jogja. You come from Jogja, right? Oh. Oh, study in Jogja. Where do you come from, sir? Pakistan. Ah, okay. So, what department in Gajah Mada University you take now? Oh, UNY. Okay, okay. I think we are the neighbor, I think. Okay, and then I also get the master in computer science also in Gajah Mada University. And the third is in the Taiwan, National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. Anybody from Taiwan here? Wow, hello, sir. Ni hao. Oh, Tainan. You also the Tainan. Yes, same. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Ni hao, but I cannot speak Chinese. Itian tian ya. Okay, okay. You're the same university? Oh, what department you? Oh, really? So what is your professor? Who is your professors? Oh. Okay, okay, thank you. Nice to meet you now. Like Professor Jarod say that we can go to school or we get the school just from the connection. So I get the PhD just from the connection. This is Emil. Yeah, he's also my friend. One time he said that in Indonesia, said that, Bang, there is a scholarship in there in Cheng Kung University. Yeah. So I apply and I get the PhD from there. So I think the connection is very important, right? Yeah. The connection make your school is free. Yeah. Okay, I think. Okay, my research is the social media mining. It is about the, I mean that's the mix from the social media. Yeah, but Intan from the department what communication. I think it's related, right? Social media, and social media, and also data mining. Actually, I'm from the data mining expert, but now is the students likes to do research in the social media. So I combine the social media mining. Yeah, I have a website. Maybe you can see that medsosmining.com. Yeah, this is my website, and then machine learning, blah blah, and AI lah, yeah, etc. Okay, this is, yeah, almost. Okay, okay, okay. This is my outline. I will tell about the potential of social media, characteristics of social media, utilization of AI, and mapping national issue. Yeah, I give one sample, so we can get maybe we can make the one issue, the crime in Indonesia, using the social media. Yeah, example, some implementation to the others. Yeah. So before I started, yeah, maybe I want to ask, what do you think about the strength of the social media data? Maybe can you mention one of it, of the strength of the social media data? Okay. We are come. Oh, real time. Okay, yes, real time. Okay. What is the others? Two personals. Yeah. Yeah, we have in the same level in the social media. Even you are governor, even you are president, even your officer, is the same level in social media, right? But the others, the potential of social media data, up to date, yeah, and then maybe this is some of real time, large volume, various data, and then global accessibility, and then rich in context, and there is a principle of equality that I already said, that we have the same level in our social media. So everybody can mention, everybody can post. Yeah. Yeah. Even you're just student, you can make comment. The same level. Yeah. I think it's interesting. So we can get many rich, yeah, many rich, I think, of some view from the social media. So I use the social media data for get something for our research. Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's just like social media research. I just say that sentiment analysis, customer engagement, prediction of trades. Yeah, we can do the prediction of trades. So my friends, if want to know about his friends or his new, he just scroll off his social media and he know what the traits of these persons. Okay. Gender from social media, detection, viral media, hoax news, recommendation, etc., etc. And today I will describe about the utilizing text that contains locations, yeah, for various issue. Yeah. So the background is maybe it is very difficult to collect some data becomes the issue important. Yeah. Yeah. For example, how distribution crime in Indonesia? Do you know? The police office sometimes doesn't know. They don't have data. How distribution disaster address in data in Indonesia? Yeah, there's no. How distribution issue national health? Nobody know. Yeah. How distribution issue accident national and many things. But in social media, you can get many data. You know, now is if there is a fire, accident fire, and somebody will posting, right? And then the news will come, and then we'll get the data, but it's too late sometimes. So the social media is very fast response. And then we can get some, I think some issue, and then we get some information from the social media. And we can, if you are from the IT, you can gather the data from the social media. Okay, this is the my research, and then so tweets in online media sometimes contain location, yeah, but sometimes it is no. And our investigation in our exploration, only 5% we get the data location in post of social media. But in 5%, we can collect the data from the social media, contain location, and plot into the map to analyze. Yeah. I think this is fair data, not from the officially, but it's fair data. The type of analysis carried out can adapt the needs of the relevant organization. Yeah. Example, crime news for police, disaster for social department, mass riot soldiers, and so on. Yeah. And we need investigation because the real data is more than the recorded data is related department, yeah, police or social department. So I will tell a little bit about the geocoding. This is very detailed, but I just make a simple for you. Yeah, geocoding is the process of the converting address data description, example street name, city or code post becomes coordinate geography to be latitude and longitude. So we get the text in social media, post, yeah, comment, and we can convert them to the latitude, longitude. Yeah, but the tweet must contain the location data. Yeah, this is the name of geocoding. Okay. For example, from here, some sample news from the CNN, maybe. Blah blah. Alerts 5 broke out the Thursday morning. Blah blah blah. And output this article, it will be convert to latitude and longitude coordinates. This that. So we just get the data here, and then the output here. Okay. So this is okay, I use some utilization AI. Maybe it is very, some for you is very strange. Natural language processing, name entity recognition. So yeah, I just skip this. And then name entity recognition is just for you is the method, yeah, for the convert it, yeah. But here I will tell about you. This is the unique because the study uses 6 specific classes according regional administration in Indonesia. So there are 6 province, cap, name of city, kecamatan means sub-district, name of village, street, name of street, and object, yeah, point of object identified. So we get the 6, yeah. Issue classification beside mapping location, we can classify the article with several categories such as accident, crime, disaster, and so on. Yeah, and then we can use some method classification. Yeah, this is also the, yeah, like this. Yeah, after data, we get the data from the social media, Twitter, yeah, X now is next, Instagram, yeah, and then maybe TikTok. But in here, I use just using the Twitter. But Twitter now is very, very, very expensive because when the Elon Musk take the Twitter, yeah, we have to pay much money to get the data. Yeah, but it's okay. We get there is 2 tasks. The first is geocoding, and the second one is the crime classification. Yeah. The data that I already tell you, so the data and then get the prediction locations. And also the text, we divide into some categories, we get the crime predictions, yeah, prediction classifications. Yeah. Yeah, data collection, yeah, blah, 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 blah. In there is a pre-processing. I think this is the technical, yeah. Okay, this is geocoding, yeah, the target, I use some articles, the model must first 5,000 articles, yeah, for data training. And building NAR, yeah, this is also very technical, yeah. I just use, annotate, yeah, 2,000, yeah, 2,000, more than 2,000 sentences, yeah, in 5,000. So I have a machine to get the collect data, yeah. I get my machine, yeah, my student do for me about the article, this one. So this is data my records. I get the 5,000, yeah, more than 5,000 hundreds data, and then this is the data that I get for the crime prediction in social media. Yeah, I maybe skip this one. It's very, very technical. Oh yeah, but this is the example, the data here, and the result of the query reference will be, yeah, latitude and longitude, yeah, latitude and longitude. And crime classification, we have the one algorithm, and then we classification murder, theft, anarchy, demonstration, kidnap, immorality, blah blah blah. There is a 10 crime classification. we get from the Polres about these classifications. Yeah, the 10 classification crime. Yeah, Indonesia, yeah, blah blah. Ini sudah very technical. And then the result spatial accuracy is the average 4 kilometers. Yeah, 4 kilometers. It means that maybe our system is different for the actual, and then the average is just only 4 kilometers. Yeah, the worst case is the 37 kilometers from the actually even. Okay, this is the interesting, I think I show, because the police doesn't have this data, and I give the police and then department social. This is the data of the crime in Indonesia. And you can see here there is a fraud, kidnap. We get that from the social media. And when I show this for some department and some office, they are very interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, yeah. I think the social media is very, very powerful. So this is also the figure A, the thematic map, so the number of crime incident per province area. So darker means that many crime. Yeah. So this is the Java Island is very darker. And also here, yeah, high density means that density crime that you can easily insight into the location where there is a lot of crime. Yeah, I get the data. I don't need the real data in the police because sometimes police doesn't note the data all, but I get the social media because it get free data, right? This is the implementations. Yeah, I have the. Yeah, for example, also I implement the social media. Sometimes I use the system. Yeah, just get the data or the news for me. So if there is the new, so I just open my system, and I know there is here there is 11 tweets about something in here in the same time. Yeah, this here. Yeah, and there is 68. Maybe this is the viral news, so I can open. Oh, this is the news. Yeah, you can get data only maybe 5 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes you get the new data. Yeah, and then we can get report to the journalist. Yeah, I make the system, and then if there is a viral data from the social media, and I will make like maybe the maybe ojek online, and then get notifications. Oh, there is something happen in this place, and journalists will come and get the data and they get the news. Yeah, so this is very interesting, I think. Yeah, yeah, this is I think for if I'm not forget, it is about maybe the accident if the train, yeah, the train. So it's the viral here. I don't remember actually. Yeah, but there is 275. This is the viral accident, I think. Yeah, so we can open it and what happened in there. So I also implement the other things, a wallet. Yeah, a wallet. Yeah, GoPay, OVO, ShopeePay in Indonesia. I also select category, features, access, service here. Yeah. Yeah, this one. Yeah. And then this is about the tweets. Yeah, it's very interesting. When I show this someone for the vision, they also it's very interesting. Yeah, I want to embed it. And this is the wallet. Yeah, yeah. I think the Java Island is very, very central of the social media data. Yeah, but it is very interesting in some place. Yeah. I also implementation in the flute implementations. Yeah. So I think many issue we can get many issue, and then can we get the locations, analysis location just using the social media. Yeah, other implementation accidents, yeah, air, sea, and land, disaster natural, 9 issue national health, and also the other things. Yeah, that's all. The my presentation. Yeah, maybe it's just yeah. I think exactly time. Okay. I hope you understand about my presentation. If you any question, okay, okay. 1, 2. Is there another? Mic? Okay.
Okay, I'm the first.
Oh.
I thought that it's not me the first.
Oh yeah, it is this one.
Sorry, sorry.
No worries.
This one, this one. Please introduce yourself from country. And
I'm sorry. Hi.
use the API, and then I pay something get the API, but it's more cheap than we get directly to the tweet. Yeah, so I use the API, but we have to pay. Yeah, okay. And the second things, how about the mistake or misinformation and some of the maybe of the machine? Yeah, actually this is the research is continuous develop. Some of them we can remove some of the maybe duplicate and some machine, but to duplicate I think it is the difference research. So we want to the upgrade. Maybe yeah, like you said that maybe it's some of the propaganda to the system. Yeah, but we identify this is a process pre-processing first. But I just say that pre-processing holistic. Yeah, but there is many details. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I think it's continuous to develop this system.
I want to ask just
yeah.
one more thing.
Tweet that has 2 class, we make 2 class. Okay, yeah. Understand?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
okay.
so much.
Okay, this is very technical, so very sorry. Okay, there is another. Yeah, here. Okay, please introduce yourself. just for this research. Maybe you like you hear this is very easy, but many challenges in this. The first maybe like the sister asked, yeah, we have to maybe make the pre-processing. Some data is duplicate, and the others thing many things. And the other thing is the sometimes data is not good, is not right. Yeah, it's the very challenges. And then the other challenges, Indonesia is different. Yeah, maybe the tweet is just from the Java Island. Yeah, I think it's the challenges also. Yeah, but the others like in the Indonesian, East Indonesian, it's very very rarely data. So I think these challenges. Yeah, the other maybe for implement it is very hard for me at first because this research must do for the student, not me. So sometimes the students doesn't understand. Yeah, for implement this for the technical. And maybe the other things, yeah. So, and the second one, you ask, I think you can get in the website, but yeah, actually for me, yeah, I think it's okay. I free for this, but some student maybe they already work say that no sir, I think we have to make at first patent or the other things. So maybe in the near time I will open this data, but now it's closed. Yeah, yeah. You can access in the medsosmining.com and then journalist medsosmining.com. Some of them I protect, because I want to make the patent. What is the patent in? Like that. Yeah, is it enough, sir? There is another question that I didn't answer. Oh yeah, okay. There is another question. Intan, okay. Okay, Intan, sir. Intan, okay, Intan, okay. What is questions?
Okay, sir.
To tell the system to the one department or one office, we just tell that this is maybe 90% accuracy, so they know they maybe tens let's say the difference, yeah. And then I already said that for the location there is a bias 4 kilometers average, yeah. But we suggest to the office, if they have the data, maybe they can validate of this data. So this is the the first informations from us, and then you can get validate data, and maybe you can go to the point of the locations, and then you get the more important information, more than us. So I think it maybe can be a trigger from the to the office, to the policeman. Yeah, I already tell the system to some policeman, but policeman is not the department, just officer. Yeah, officer sometimes not representatives of the office. You say that it's very interesting. Yeah, they have the system but different. Yeah, yeah. They have it. So I think the system can be trigger. I think it is the important. I think. Okay, is it satisfied for you?
I was just actually wondering, are there kind of experience or a story
Yeah.
that actually you're suggesting this data that probably they never use it, so the problem happened, or you suggesting the data they're putting on high alert, but turns out there's nothing happened, something like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, like that kind of social dilemma, are
Yeah.
there kind of experience happening?
Yeah, maybe we investigate the others research about that. Yeah, I think I understand what you say. Okay, okay. The others.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Professor.
Map for the BNPB is the name Ainaris. Yeah, disaster Ainaris. Yeah, but they say that it sometimes is very very late. So we give the faster the data. But yeah, the problem is we have to validate. Yeah, we have to do validate. So I think the next of this research is how to the validates more accurately. I think this is the many I think many challenges. Is this the questions?
Well, so have you like work with the stakeholders?
Launch this maybe 2 years.
Already 2 years.
Maybe only 2 years. So it is very challenging. And then I just go to the one office to the other office, and they're interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, because I want to make the stable system. Yeah, I need some resource again. I think more than resource, not like this. Yeah, I think it is just prototype. Okay.
Okay, well, do you want?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Brian. I'm from Indonesia. Actually, I want to adding a question from my colleague. So, regarding about that, your answer regarding that this is just a prototype, and you will have like projection for 2 years from now that will be more developed. Do you have any kind of like roadmap how to integrate like others' profession? Example, I'm from public health, and I think that you are explaining that this geocoding itself, it can be mapping the health issues.
National.
Yeah.
National.
Yeah. And I was like wondering regarding like how you're going to integrate this really heavy substances like computer science stuff into like a profession that are not really into this kind of stuff like me, public
Oh.
health. So it was a new stuff. So just like wondering how, do you have any kind of like roadmap? How is going to be the collaboration? What's our role in other profession like public health, maybe like from health itself, which is like so broad. And yeah, because I'm wondering, and hopefully that I can be contribute to this kind of like issues too. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I think the first thing is the policy.
Okay.
The policy. I already many times go to the Department Health Ministry. Yeah. And the problem is not the technical. I think it's easy. I think easy means that for IT is easy. Yeah. Easy. But I think the first difficult is the policy. Policy of your maybe the leaders, and then we have to explain many times, and sometimes it's very difficult, and there is no budget and the other things. Yeah, I think, yeah, in Indonesia,
Yeah,
politic lah, I think.
understandable.
Yeah, yeah, because I go to the Ministry Health, I know some of in there. Yeah, I also introduce it, and I also make the prototype for the health issue.
Oh, okay.
But it's not published. Yeah, maybe in these 2 months it will be published in my paper. I have the data. I collect with my data. I think it's better if I get the data from the health ministry. But I think too complicated, I think. So I think I get with myself. It's very easy for me. Yeah, this is very interesting. The challenges for me for the data. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the
We
answers.
can get contact and then we can.
Sure. Maybe like want to adding something. Since currently I've been working on like the tobacco control issues.
Oh, okay.
Currently. And yeah, I mean like this data is really heavy issues. Like sometimes, example, one of like regulations in DKI Jakarta, since my project was in DKI Jakarta, it's about like a free area of smoking. But those issues, like the biggest problem is that we have the regulations, but like how we are going to make sure that it was really happening, the implementation, and it's need data. So seeing this kind of like a geocoding stuff, which is can helping as a tools to like producing the data that can be more evidence based. It was really important and it's really amazing. And yeah, maybe we can talk later regarding how the mechanism of the collaboration. Thank you.
Okay. See. By the way, you are from the what department?
Currently, I'm on public health, the department.
Oh, public
yeah,
health.
still public
Oh,
health.
okay.
I'm still undergraduate. Yeah, thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Oh, okay. There is okay. I think one question more. I think the last questions.
Hello, I'm Ziyu and I'm from China.
Oh,
so
China.
I
that you understand my presentation. Because sometimes my student doesn't like to hear this issue, but I see from your eyes, yeah, you are interesting for this. And then because you are a very, very young person, and then you can maybe, yeah, continues our research, yeah, for, yeah, in your department, I think. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abba Suganda. Next, we have an invited talk. Please welcome Mr. Edi Santoso from Pakuan University, Indonesia.
Satu. Thank you. Hello, everybody. How are you today? Wow, it is the critical time to before lunch. I hope you have the energy. If I said hello, you can answer hi. Yeah? Hello. Hi. Once more. Hi. Hello, hello, hi. Hi, hi, hello, hello, hi, hi, hello. Yes, I will present about the title Digital Governance and Consumer Protection in Era Society 5. Yes, it is, of course, welcome to all participants. Anybody from India? Oh, China? Oh, Afghanistan? And then, of course, the ASEAN region, right? Oh, okay, Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines. Okay, thank you. Welcome, yeah. This is my introduction. You can call me Pak Edi, yeah. I'm from University Pakuan Bogor. I will talk about a different area. My background is the business law, so you can discuss about that, yeah. So the important things, before I explain about that, what's the main society 5.0? Anybody know? Yeah? Oh, future society is great answer. Anybody? Huh? Yes. Anybody? Can you? Huh? Humanities, right? So, if we're talking about the social 5.0, we not only talking about the technology. Are you agree? Yes. Because they talking about the society, so it is the cyberspace and the real space will be integrated to be economic development and the social development. Yeah, because it's rush time, right? I only have the half hours. And then, so, if you learn from Japan, you can find society 5.0 is not about the technology itself, but about how technology survives humanity. It is start from the problem sociality. Anybody don't have the problem? Huh? A lot the problem. Social problem. Everything. The big problem is money problem, right? Yes, this is. Yes. The technology, the technology is facilitate you to get more money from here, yeah? We understand the first era, second, and right is the new era. So the technology information is very important to solve the problem. This is the diagram. Society not can stay alone. This collaborate with technology, but it must have regulation. You can imagine technology and society without regulation, what happened? Complicated, right? Any fraud there? Crime. And then many. Yes. Hawks. Yeah. And then has speech. Lot. So right now we're talking about how to connect society, technology, and regulation. Give me like analog. The rule of law is society. Anybody drive in highway? You can go to anywhere, right? You can go to anywhere. You can go by bike. You can go by drive. But if without the sign, traffic sign, you can imagine. Without traffic sign, what happened? Accident, right? Because we don't know in the head direction. It can give me the direction. You must turn right. You must turn right. Are you agree? And then after you use the vehicle, you must use seat belt. Yes. In the business law, it's look like customer protection. Any question? You can direct. Okay. Talking about the e-commerce, because it's easy for you to find goods and services, right? And even for the single can looking for a couple, classmate. It's easy. What was the problem? What's the problem in e-commerce? This is the key challenges. Every year, growth. So, in Asia Pacific, I got in 2024, this is e-commerce reach 4.2x billion. The problem is here. About payment method. Yeah? Any fraud there? Any crime there? Hello? Hello? Hi? Yes. The payment system. The second one, this one. Anybody hear about the phishing? About the fraud like carding? It's very many happen in not only in Asia Pacific region, in the world. So, what do you think about the law? Important or not? Talking about law. Very important, right? I want to drink this, yeah? Okay. I just took one crime, talking about the phishing, because it's common. In Indonesia, many victims. I'm also to be victim in phishing. Yeah. Okay. It is about the talking about the data. Yeah. In the anti-phishing working group, they said in the report, yeah, millions of incident record each quarter worldwide. FBI report losses 16.6 billion. And then IBM, But right now, for me, the important thing is one. 60% of the breach involved human error. So it's not talking about the technology. It is depend the user behavior. Are you agree or not? So if we're talking about the customer protection, not only talking about the regulation, not only talking about the technology, but user behavior. Are you agree? Someone, they posting important personal identity in the Facebook, in the Twitter, and so on and so forth. So, this is the risk. Phishing, data breach, yeah, and then identity theft, domain name. It is talking about why we very concerned about the law in digital area. Yeah, these challenges highlight the urgent need for stronger customer protection from works in the digital area is talking about protection. Anybody to get the experience about this? In phishing, in buying something, do you have?
So it's very common in India, like there's a type of cybercrime called digital arrest, where the cyber criminals pretend to be officials from the government or the investigative agencies, and then they make everyone like the
we're talking about the digital governance. They have the play important role talking about this, yeah? Please look at UNESCO said, digital governance refer to how the governance, organization, civil society make decision and manage action. Yeah. And then digital governance, we refer to GGY. Digital reference encompass the system. First, talking about the system. Second one, policy. Third, practice. So if we're talking about the digital governance, talking about three: system, regulation, and policy. Yeah. So the important here that ensure digital technology, digital information are managed ethically. If we're talking about ethically, human or the system? If we talk about ethically, human or system? Yes, especially you, human being. Sometimes we hear about ethic, moral. Do you know the difference between moral and ethic? Oh, it's great, yeah? Oh, thank you. Moral is look like inside. What do you feel? What do your belief? It is moral. That have positive insight or negative insight. The ethical is in the practically. Anybody can know. Oh, this is the good man. She is a good teacher. It is because the moral and ethic can connect. Insert and insert and outside is what that. So the important thing is the human. technology is look like a tool. Like Prof. Eko said, the man behind the gun. The important thing is not the gun, but who is the handle the gun. Can be positive and can be negative. Are you agree? Agree, yeah? So, in the principle in government, digital governance is transparency, open. The second one, accountability, and then participation from the society. The role is how to build trust. If you cannot trust with your partner, so what do you think? Even in your family, me don't trust with my wife, so what's the problem?
Misunderstood, man.
Yes, misunderstood. So the society, the system must trust each other. So in the digital governance, we can use two approaches. The first is a law. The second is ethic. So what's different between law and ethic? You can see, yeah. Rules, it's common written down in act, yeah. Ethic is just the guidance, often unwritten, yeah. And then this in the law, they has punishment, fine, prison, but here is only like informal punishment, like social isolation. So to point it can be make bothering the system in making transaction and so on and so forth like this. Okay. In the digital government, we learn from GDPR. GDPR is General Data Protection Regulation in UA. Yeah, European Union. Yeah, we learn from here, GDPR, they're talking about the extraterritoriality. This very powerful regulation. If any business actor conduct the fraud, it's very high fines. Penalty is very high. It can be extraterritorial, even the out of the European region. And then international benchmarking, because many countries right now talking about data protection, they refer to here. Many countries emulate GDPR principle in their regulation and uniform standard. Yeah, let's see. They have the 7 core rights under GDPR. The first, right to access. The second, right to verification, right to ensure, right to forgotten, right to restrict processing, data portability, right to object, and right to relation to automated decision making and profiling. They have regulation like that. So many countries adopt this regulation to be adopt in digital regulation. Yes, the building trust in digital trust for transparency, accountability, strict penalty. That any business actor, they conduct crime or infringement of data protection, they will be fined up to 20 million or 4% annual global. This is the basic concept about the regulation. Any question? If not, I have 10. Yeah? So please answer this, yeah? Yes. Okay. What is the main goal of society? Great. Exactly. Great answer. This applause here. Wow. Okay. In the right side, yeah. Especially the question is for the right side. Ha. What's your answer? Very simple answer. Seat belt, yes. Seat belt for? Yes, make sure. For security, security. Give applause to him. Wow. Yeah. Actually, I'm missing something to buy chocolate this morning, yeah? Yeah, later on. It's better to give a chocolate for the good answer for all of you, yeah? Okay. Right now we move to the other topic. The power of virality in digital justice. Anybody have heard about no viral, no justice? Yes. It is the making something can be going up, but something can be very fasting going down. Because about virality. So be careful. If you activity in virtual, in online, this is the risk. And especially in the business sector. Many cafe is very fast to be grow up about viral. But maybe any cafe not viral right now going down. Yeah. No viral, no justice, despite shift in the power regulation to digital public. Any moving area now. If any problem in the legal before, they have to find the procedure, legal procedure. But right now, if that's the viral, government, law enforcement pay attention that. Are you agree or not? Right now is the problem here. I think not in Indonesia, but in all of the world, right is no viral, no justice. Okay, the business actor must be aware with this issue. Yeah, digital reputation. So right now is the versus reputation. You reputation your business depend on reviewer. Yes or not? Yeah. Major asset one is for due to the negative virality. It's difficult to recover. And then regulation in social 5 era must balance between speed of public perception and legal processes. Yeah. So that justice doesn't depend solely, but depend virality. This is the challenge right now. Yes, this is someone the society entrust with law. So it must be, law enforcement must be stressing there. And then later on, we're talking about the system must have self-regulation to making the society understand the system. If not, the society can avoid this issue. Okay, so because of it, it's many viral, yeah? Like in e-commerce and fintech, right? a great customer often complain on social media. So what happened? Huh? If goes to viral, company respond very quickly. Are you agree or not?
All right. So I think when the company can be viral, so automatically they can help like to help in like income in from the like company as well. So that's why I think if we can be viral to like something's happened, so of course the company will get a lot of beneficial for that. Yeah.
Because they have asset. Its name is what's my name? Perception, public perception. Yes, yes. Thank you. Wow, great. Yeah. Can we applause to him? Anybody to comment? Okay. And then in restaurant, yeah, negative review that go viral can immediately reduce revenue, even if the actual issue is minor, right? It's depend on reviewer, yeah. Data privacy. Data breach are only taken seriously after they become widely known in the media, like in the health sector, yeah? Yeah? Satu data, right? Yes. Yeah? Yeah? Can you explain about the Satu data?
No. It's okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah? It's still related with this one. Yeah? Yeah, information. So, this is like using seat belt. Give the customer protection. How to protect you? You're asking how about to protect, okay? Okay. The customer protection is the protection by buyer. Sometimes there's an idiom, buyer is a king, right? Buyer is a king. Good or services again low quality or the dangerous product and advertisement that deceive the people. Sometimes deceive the information is look like information that give to the society. Maybe true, maybe no. Anybody have the experience buying something in e-commerce? The object is different between you look at in the picture and you getting. Yeah. What's the problem?
Well, the problem is what's that been displayed on the e-commerce is different from what we got. Means that it's kind of like scam.
Okay, thank you. Give applause. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. The important thing in the society 5.0 is data privacy. So if you are part of the stakeholder, data governance might pay attention with this issue. Yeah, data. Okay, privacy. The customer have the right to personal data protection, including the control over how data collected, used, and set. In Indonesia, after we have the law about data protection privacy, right now, company a little bit careful about this. Yeah? Because before, my phone number can be shared to any in people. And then sometimes I was got calling from insurance, from credit card, from the investment agent. Pak Edi, do you want to apply investment right there? So if I ask, from where you get the data, they never answer about that. But right now, after this act, yeah, PDP, yeah, PDP, yeah, Personal Data Protection Act in Indonesia, I think this issue a little bit down. But before, problem. Yeah. How about the transaction security right now? How about in China transaction? Do you have like barcode transaction, like using barcode? In Indonesia, we call it the crease. And in China?
We also have a QR code, also a barcode, also applied.
Any problem or not if we use this? Be careful. We must look at the objective transaction, because sometimes the barcode have changing with someone. So the money not go to you, that go out. Yeah. Do you have experience a transaction with tap card? Yeah, tap card. It is also be careful. Transaction. Credit card. Anybody have the credit card? Be careful. I'm victim also. To be victim of credit card cases. Yeah. Be careful if you buying something in the online. Yeah. Sometimes unsecure about that. And then you have the bill. Oh, this is not my transaction. But why? This is in my bill. Hello? Hi? No, I give a talk. Is you understand or not? Understand, yeah? Hopefully, yeah? Okay. And then be careful about digital identity theft. Yeah? This is sometimes we get the email, and then biometric social media must be protected but misused. Yeah, which one, the true? Number one or number two? Huh? Number two. Who is the number two? Hand rise. Oh yes, the wrong. Anyone? Huh? Yes. But anybody can guess this is the true number one? Yeah. Many people don't understand where is the wrong. This is the true. Because if you click here, you can get the information look like the original one. And then the important things, we fill up registration and so on and so forth. So it is the pathway into the digital, into the data theft. Yeah. I'm also got the experience. Feel it. When I was going to Malaysia, I'm still confused with the original one about the arrival card. Wow. In the end, we must pay. Yes. This is the fault. So be careful about it. The many fraud, many crime here. Oh, from the mailing, from the ID number, from the location, from the credit card, from the account, e-commerce, social media, and email. It is the gate for phishing. Enter your data. Hello? Okay, yeah. So because of this is have the digital governance and rule of self-regulation. No national regulation is regulate everything. The business actor, the government, maybe the business actor, they must have be called with the self-regulation. So the self-regulation, they have function to provide the education, the society, and the pupil to understand about your system. So we call it self-regulation. Because in the national regulation, it is the formal regulation. Formal and customer protected, formal and binding sanction is yes. But detail, like technical, every stakeholder, they have self-regulation, especially for the business actors. Okay, if we buy something, do you feel any contract? Yeah, using Topet, using, where is the contract?
That we need to, okay, so like based from experience, maybe you guys are experiencing, so when we are using kind of example e-commerce, we need to use like read the regulations on those apps, and we need to kind of accept, agree with those statements for us to using the apps. Yeah.
Wow, it's great. It's yes. But my question is, did you read it? Did you read it? Did you read it? It is the legal binding between the system with you. So you agree with everything. You are right. Yeah. I have 5 minutes more. Wow, it's fine. I agree. I accept. You never read it, yeah? Yeah, I just agree. Yeah, the last sentence, yeah? If you got it, this is the contract. If you use the media social, if you use the e-commerce system, and so on and so forth, this is any contract. You and system. Yes, you can do it, yeah, because it is talking about take it or leave it contract. If you want, join. If no, but because you need, you download, right? But never. The consequence in this one, in the term on condition, term and services. So you don't know. If we have the conflict, if we have the, what we call, dispute, so how to the forum? Actually in here, everything in here. Yes. If you don't understand about this contract, even your data is kept in Indonesia, or you can, the system can be bring to outside. We don't, especially for in media social. Using WhatsApp, for example, maybe your data not only in Indonesia to be database, but also in the outside. So they know everything. The owner of the system. 3 minutes ya, 2 minutes. Okay. Aduh, Pak Emil, terlalu pendek nih Pak Emil. Yes. Correctional company example online contract like this, term and condition. If used like a Microsoft software, we call that EULA, yeah, and user relationship agreement. Then many agreement. Okay, the important thing I want to give something very important. Sometime in the term and condition, we call with the exoneration clause. Exoneration clause. Actually, this is the obligation of the company, but they give to the customer liability. Yeah. For example, yeah. The company is not responsible for any losses arising from the use of these services. This is actually unlawful violation. Yeah? And then the sample also, the company shall not be liable. Yeah? So right now, after the session, you can look at term and condition like social media, like e-commerce. You can read it. If any clause said this is yeah. Be careful about it. Okay, so in Europe, if you in Indonesia, you can look at the consumer protection law number 8. This one. Okay, legal status exoneration clauses in violation because they ignore customer right. Yeah, and violation, and then within the digital governance framework, this clause will contradict the goal of the building digital trust. Yeah, I think this is important to collaboration ecosystem. Yeah, government not stand itself, not stand alone. They collaboration with business actor, collaboration with the consumer, and then international institution like academic. So the technology is for solution. Yeah, this is for solution like biometry. Maybe you can expert me, blockchain. In the morning we discuss about this. Yeah, so the issue. Yeah, in the future, the innovation is sustainable only if the social feel shift. If you not feel shift, yeah. The law is enabler, not barrier. The key message: innovation must go hand in hand in protection. This is the legal challenges, yeah, because sometimes speed innovation and regulation. Technology is running very speed, low in the behind. Yeah? This is the problem, and risk regulation, and then and so on and so far. So it is my last. Don't worry, yeah, my last slide. Yeah. The society 5.0 is the place humans, and the center of digital ecosystem technology must serve, not dominate. The second one, digital governance is the collaborative ecosystem between stakeholders. And then customer protection is digital era accompanied with data protection, transaction security, and digital identity. So we're talking about digital governance, talking about the self-regulation and term of condition to face digital ethic. Legal challenge, yeah, talking about the ethic and so on and so far. And the last, be careful with the term no viral, no justice phenomenon demonstrate the digital trust and public reputation are no key asset. Thank you. This is my presentation, yeah. Wow, I think it's not enough for 45 minutes, right? Yeah? Okay, how about this one? Can you answer this one? 7. Yeah. We have to say all of the 7 or only just one? The right of objection. Ah, yes, objection. And then? Anybody? Right to access, right, yeah. Okay, how about this? Why are exoneration clauses considered unfair in customer? It's great, yeah? Okay, the last one. Wow. Yes, okay, thank you, yeah. This is my presentation, thank you. Sorry for late, maybe how many minutes I'm late? It's okay. Huh?
It's okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Too short for me, huh?
Thank you so much, Mr. Edi Santoso. Yeah. Moving on to the next session.
Our next speaker is the CEO and founder of the IO Foundation Malaysia. Please welcome John F. Corral.
Welcome.
Thank you. Is it the online presentation?
Yeah, the online presentation.
All right. Okay, this one. Hi, everyone. How hungry are we?
It's okay.
Yeah, you still have to stand me for about 40 minutes, maybe. Okay, I'll try to go a bit fast, but also not too fast, because otherwise you're not going to be able to follow. I know that the topic is Society 5.0. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure I get the concept for a number of reasons, and I'm going to try to make the case about it. The original talk for today was about data-centric digital rights, which is the advocacy of my organization, and I decided to change it a little bit to try to find a way to combine it with the Society 5.0 concept in a way that was more seamless, if you will. So the question that I was asking myself is, where is this AI thing? Have we properly thought about what it is, how it's going to be affecting us? Are we asking the right questions, and specifically from a technical perspective, or as well from a societal impact perspective? My experience is typically the answer is no. Anytime that I'm speaking with people about this topic, the conversations tend to be very superficial and very high level. I'm gonna have to point to it. Or there you go. So my name, as introduced, is Jean-François. You can call me John. I manage an organization called the IO Foundation. We are registered in Estonia, although our HQ is in Malaysia. Housekeeping, I'm assuming that, well, this is kind of typical thing in all my presentations. I'm guessing there's code of conduct applicable for APNG, but I also typically want for people to think about what we call the datam house rule. I'm going to try to avoid having to read the whole thing on the slide, but basically, if you're going to be posting pictures, tagging whatever information that is given in this session, I would request you that please you ask for permission from the source of that information before doing so. As a general rule, I try to feel that I have a responsibility when I'm giving a talk to at least entertain you in some degree, and if ever possible, make you leave the room with some more questions in your head. Your part of responsibility is to ask questions if you ever have one. That slide is typically the watered down way that I do it. I typically call it, whichever question you don't ask is a very dumb question. Okay? If you have a question, just ask it. Raise your hand, no problem, anytime. So things that I want to look with you is, I'm going to do a small introduction first. I'm going to look into 3 points of inflection. I want to talk about something that I call the abstraction layer, and then 3 possible areas of action. So, very quickly, because otherwise it will make no sense why I'm talking about all of this. Our organization is essentially a tech NGO registered in Estonia since 2018, and our main interest is to try to make sure that technology does not work against you, against the final user. Okay? The way that we typically engage with this is we try to make sure that technologies get involved in standard developing organizations. Raise your hand, those of you who know what an SDO is. Okay, that's going to be fine with the presentation. And we try to make sure that they embed those protections directly into the standards that are going to be adopted by the industry. So one of the key differences between our organization and others is that we don't care so much about data, big shocker, as opposed to what you do with the data. This narrative that data is the new gold, et cetera, is quite misleading. It doesn't really matter what the data is. It matters what you do with it. And I'm going to give you an example. If I know the secret of someone, a friend of mine, who may have committed a crime, is that person at risk of going to jail just because I know about that? Not quite. Holding the information does not put them at risk. If I decide to go to the cops and denounce them, so it's the algorithm processing of the data that makes the decision whether it's going to be having one consequence or another. I can have personal information of all of you. If I decide to do nothing with it, what do you care? So the reason why we focus on this is because we believe that the actual technologies are going to be the next generation of rights defenders, and they are in fact architects of digital societies. When you talk about Society 5.0, you're basically looking into how the way it has been depicted for the whole day, this mixture between humans and technology. And the question is, who's building that technology? Technologists. So won't you expect for them to be the frontliners of making sure that certain things don't happen by design, or that certain things happen, again, by design? So we try to provide some guidelines on that, or some assistance, and we use 3 very simple principles for them to understand what would be the way to look at it. And principle number 1 is I am my data. And the way to explain it is treat everybody's data the way that you would like to be treated. The second one is end remedy. Full disclosure, it used to be called kill remedy. It was a bit more dramatic. Anyone is familiar with the idea of remedy? Remedial systems? Okay, so that's what you have typically in law, because the universe is remedial by nature. I cannot shout to the universe, change something, and the universe says, yes, I'm going to do it. All right? Typically, if someone gets stabbed, you would love for the stabbing not to happen to begin with. But if it happens, at least you have a remedial system to try to compensate for the situation. Well, the thing is, in technology, you can actually prevent that from happening. So stop thinking about providing remedial solutions from a technical perspective, and instead try to think about how you're going to be designing your systems in a way that prevent the problem to begin with. And the third one is rights by design. And the idea is very simple. If you live in a jurisdiction that has a specific regulation that is supposed to be protecting you, hello GDPR and so forth, it's not the problem of the final user to understand and to know whether it is implemented or not. It should be, period. That's why it's a law. You go to a toko to have your lakso, you don't really think about, you don't go out of home with a test kit to check every single thing that you're eating and drinking outside. You make the assumption, you outsource that responsibility to the authorities because you make the assumption that there's checks and balances for that. Has any one of you ever tried to do checks and balances on GDPR? It's one of the most useless laws ever. It's very nice in paper. I prefer to live in a universe, or in the multiverse of possibilities. I like to live in one timeline in which the GDPR exists rather than not, but it still doesn't solve the problem because it does not operationalize how that GDPR law is going to be implemented. And we're going to be talking about that. This is the joke that I find the most hilarious ever, and it's in fact the reason why the organization ever was created. Okay? If you're a programmer, you do have the ability to change things, but you don't have the ability to change reality. So, let's imagine a very specific example as to how that would look like. You know that expression about a knife can be used for many, many things, and for good things and bad things. You know, every single tool can be used for good, for bad, da 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 da. Okay, all of those philosophical discussions. How about I actually design a knife that at room temperature allows me to spread my butter, but if it ever gets in contact with human skin, it gets flabby. Wouldn't that solve the problem? It's a design problem. And I can tell you, we do have materials to do that. There's super materials nowadays that do amazing things. But it's not the way the society has decided to go. But when it comes to technology, I can actually decide what are the primitive actions or functions that that technology is going to be providing us, and therefore try to make sure that certain things happen or not by design. So, all of this AI, I tend to call it AI nonsense because most of it is marketing. And I'm not saying that AI doesn't exist, and yes, it's still a piece of software. Okay, let's get clear about it. It's a much more performant piece of software that gives us results that we are much more happy with nowadays. I totally agree with that. Okay? But try to separate what's the reality of the technology with what the marketing is telling you. The marketing is trying to sell you a product, and the more they can sell, they will tell you whatever is necessary. Okay? And again, I'm not denying the fact that there's very interesting research on the topic. And I'm not saying that the AGI is not going to happen. It's likely going to happen. It's just the hype that you might be listening to is not necessarily correlated with the current state of technology. So we have things such as LLMs. Everybody knows what an LLM is? Or at least correct, okay? Do you know what an SLM is? SLM. Small language model, okay? RAG? The point is, you've got plenty of different technologies coming in, agents and so forth, okay? Whatever. I tend to call them genies, because I'm not interested in the technology itself. I'm interested in how they behave. And typically, the way they behave is you input something, and they generate something back to you, which is what the genie in the lamp used to do, okay? So again, don't pay attention to the actual technology. Pay attention to what the technology gives to you. You know this expression about, how was it? The function of a law is not what it says, but what it produces, something along those lines, okay? That's exactly where I look at it when it comes to any piece of software. How does it function? What does it give me back? So, that was one piece of the puzzle. I want to introduce another piece of the puzzle. Standard developing organizations. Standard developing organizations are basically organizations that develop technical codes, technical standards, sometimes policy, although I tend to call them policy developing organizations in that case. And those are organizations that determine how technology moves forward. They will issue documents that eventually may or may not be adopted by the technical ecosystem. And you may have heard about some of those. Anyone has heard about ICANN? Okay. W3C? IETF? ITU, which has been mentioned before, but specifically the T sector, the telecommunication standardization sector, and IEEE. Specifically in the university environment, IEEE tends to be quite famous. Okay, let me give you a very, very quick rundown about each of one of them. Very, very quick, very high level. And again, are you familiar with what's called the ISO model, the OSI model? Okay, for networking. This one is a simplified one in which they basically concentrate some of the layers into what's called the TCP/IP communication stack. But fine. This diagram is not 100% accurate for a number of reasons, but it's extremely simplified for the purpose of this presentation. ICANN is essentially an organization that takes care of universal identifiers, unique identifiers. You tend to think about ICANN only on domain names, but that's not the correct way to look at it. They handle through IANA, which is a, okay, let's not get into that. It's quite complex. But essentially, ICANN handles over 3,000 unique identifiers for the internet. Anything that you can think of. Domain names is the most obvious one, but then all IP addresses are under ICANN. All the MIME types, all the port registrations in servers, etc., communication ports. All right? W3C takes care of standards that have to do with the web. HTML 5.0, all the versions, etc., XML, etc. Everything that has to do with web technologies is under Web3. IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, they take care of maintaining the actual communication stack for the TCP/IP stack. ITU-T, traditionally, they were taking care of telecommunications. In fact, at the very beginning, this is supposedly to be the second most old organization in the world, the ITU. And originally it was called the International Telegraph Union. You can imagine how old it is. And IEEE. And these two organizations should normally be taking care of what's called layer 2 and layer 1 in the stack, which is basically the physical communication systems, you know, antennas, posts, etc., which is not much the case anymore for a number of years. And that's why I'm saying that this is a very, very simplified diagram. But for you to have an idea that each of one of them plays a role in how communications function and how the internet is implemented. All right. So there's 3 points of inflection that I want to discuss with you in what's coming up with AI. The first one is how we will be doing things until just about yesterday. And when I say just about yesterday, I really mean just yesterday. From a timeline perspective, things are going very, very fast in this area and how things are being changed. And so if you remember the stack that I was just mentioning before, I would actually argue that those 7 layers, which are the traditional visualization for the OSI stack, is incomplete. And I traditionally add 4 layers on top, which are the user layer, organizations, government, and supranational organizations, as well as governments and international organizations on the bottom. And the reason why I'm saying this is because, to give you an example, the ITU is divided, the International Telecommunication Union is divided into 3 areas that they call sectors. And the first one is radio communication sector. What they do is they standardize, in the best of their ability, how the radio frequency spectrum is used across the world. Every country does have their own local management, but there's international areas. And so, for instance, think about all the upcoming satellite communications. How is that spectrum going to be used? So they need to allocate frequencies for different technologies, bandwidths, not to make sure there's no overlaps, et cetera, et cetera. All of that is going to be affecting how the rest of the stack is functioning. So if you want, this much more is technology, and this is much more policy. But you cannot avoid having a whole overview of the whole stack without looking at how regulations are going to be affecting how that stack is going to be implemented. Now, you could actually summarize all of that into those 4: infrastructure, applications, organizations, and governance. When it comes to technology, I don't know that I can figure out a bigger word or a more relevant word than interoperability. That's exactly what standards are made for. You don't get together to figure out how you're going to be putting together a standard that different vendors are going to be implementing if it's not because you want to achieve interoperability. You want all mobile phones from all different brands being able to communicate with each other. You want to be able to post things on Instagram regardless of the phone that you have. Let's put it that way. Okay? Now, how was this achieved until now? Until now, you would go to a standard developing organization. You would send, as a company, 3, 4 engineers of your company, and they would meet in different places around the world across the year, and they will exchange a lot of emails, and they will be debating a lot, and they will be spending a lot of time very passionately explaining, this is how I think the solution of this problem is going to be, blah, 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 blah. The IETF has an estimate of, well, there's an expression going on around the IETF that says you can get your PhD faster than you get a document published. What's called an RFC, a request for comments, in the case of the IETF. Okay? So you can spend a lot of effort across a lot of years for a document that may never be actually adopted by the industry. However, this has worked quite well in the aggregate, because otherwise, none of you would have phones working. So it's not 100% effective, but it's effective enough. Everyone is quite happy with the result in the aggregate. But this is still what you're going to be looking for no matter what. It doesn't matter how technology is going to be evolving, you still want interoperability one way or another. However, if we look at what's happening in the AI world, that might well be changing at least the way we achieve it. Has anyone been doing vibe coding? Yeah? I hate the word. It's so stupid, seriously. Vibe. What do you mean vibe? Vibe marketing. What? Ridiculous. It's a very unserious term. It's a term that is okay for the birth of a new way of doing things. I don't think it's a terminology that will remain if you want to have a serious way to look at it. That's basically what I mean by that, okay? For those who are not familiar, vibe coding is basically I talk to an LLM, and the LLM gives me back the code of what I want to implement. That's it. Okay? And they say that it's vibe because you basically talk with the LLM. You know, you just put things, oh, now I would like you to make this thing different. And just, you know, give me another iteration, da, 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 da. So it feels like you're vibing. There's people doing this with marketing. All sorts of disciplines in companies, okay? Now, the question is, if I would have a sufficiently advanced infrastructure to be able to prompt my networking hardware to do exactly what I needed to do, why do I need to talk to people? Why do I need to go and spend 3, 4, 5 years agreeing with others about how to achieve a specific general case use case scenario that is applicable as many places as possible, because you're trying to be as economic as possible, right? So you're trying to reach out a general solution that can be applied so much that it reduces the cost globally. Otherwise, if I had the money, I would just solve the problem myself and not care about others. So my prediction is that what we're going to be moving into is interoperability being achieved by the aggregate of edges. Not anymore, but a common consensus. In other words, you two are going to run companies, and you're going to be prompting each other, your own systems, to be able to solve a problem that you have, and you will have your communication solved, and you will be talking to someone else as well to solve that particular problem, and the three of you will be able to, at that point, to dynamically resolve all of your communication problems at once. And if it takes you 2 hours, who cares? Because that's opposed to 4 years. We're just used to that methodology of 4 years because people have to talk to each other. And it will feel, oh my gosh, I have to wait for a computer to take a solution for 2 hours. It's still faster. And I still haven't found any single counter-argument as to why that's not where things are going. In fact, I am well informed about companies that are going into that direction. So, the way I look at it is not vibe coding, but prompt run protocols. What is an RFC? A request for comment, which is what the IETF issues. What is it? The answer is so obvious that you're not thinking about it. It's a prompt. The document is telling you how certain things should be happening. What do you do when you vibe code? Build me an app that does this, 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 and that. The RFC is telling you when two devices are communicating with each other in this particular situation, they are supposed to be doing this, 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 and that. And that's the life cycle of a specific packet. It's a prompt. Applications, vibe coding. It's a prompt run application. Can anyone expect where I'm going there? Why would you stop into applications? The answer is you will not. You will move into prompt run organizations. And guess what? That's exactly what you've been doing ever since organizations exist. What's an SOP? It's a prompt. Executed by whom? By humans. But what's the difference? None. Every time you provide extra context to an LLM to be able to provide you with a better answer, what are you doing? You're feeding it documentation from the organization. I want you to give me a strategy for sales. What are you doing? You're going to be you're going to be uploading the PDF of the sales strategy and sales KPIs for next year that has been approved 3 board members days ago. You hire someone and you tell them, oh, this is the way we do things. What are you doing? You're prompting them. And so, you're going to have prompt run governments. Because what is a law? It's a prompt. It's telling you how you're supposed to be behaving. What's going to be the output of a given input. My lesson when it comes to AI is very simple. Anytime anyone talks about AI, take out AI, put a human. Ask the same question. That's it. And the reason why that works is because what the hell is an AI? It's a piece of software that we try to model on the way our brain works. The original AI systems were neural networks. Neural networks, hello, it's in the word. Okay? When you hear, I heard someone saying this morning about alignment. What's alignment? Do I agree with you or not? That's what alignment is. Am I happy with the outputs of this person? Am I happy with this particular orientation? That's what alignment is. Nothing else. What's the training model? Is your educational pipeline. Is a kid smarter going to this particular system or this other particular system? Is this LLM going to give you a better result giving this training set or this other training set? It's exactly the same thing. It's so much the same thing that Anthropic, you guys know who Anthropic is? It's one of the big 5 companies on LLMs at the moment. They release, by the way, I would recommend to keep an eye on their reports. They tend to be surprisingly open. I mean, they get to say some things that you would think, this might not be playing very well for you in the market, so why would you be disclosing this? But they do. It's very interesting how they are quite open in the results of their research. And one of the things that they figured out was that when retraining an LLM, the rate of success of retrain was very low. Hello, that's what we call being stubborn. And the reason is because the way the LLMs function duplicates or replicates the way that we function. How difficult it is to change somebody's mind? Very. Not impossible, depending on how open they are, but it's still very, very difficult. So again, anytime you have a conversation, remove the AI nonsense, put a human, ask the same question. You will figure out the answer quite fast. So, the other point of inflection. How has governance failed? Quite some number of ways. I was interested that we were talking about data protection law in the previous talk. I despise data protection laws. I can't stand them. And it's not because, again, I don't mind them existing, and I mean, it's fine that they exist, it's cool. They're just impossible to implement. It's a very nice piece of paper telling you what's supposed to be happening, but they don't give you any technical guidance on how to do the implementation. There is no such thing as standard way to verify that piece of software is GDPR compliant, or that it is PDPA compliant in Malaysia. That just doesn't exist. So good luck with that. So the reason why I call out those kind of things is because Apple managed. Why governments didn't? And for those of you who may think, what happened there? Rescue me. Where are my digital rights when I did them, eh? It's okay, it's just glitches. So, whoever uses iTunes here? I guess iTunes is still a thing, right? Okay. Have you ever heard about what happened just a few weeks ago? That just made the case for what I'm going to tell you. So the way the ecosystem of Apple functions is that they control everything that happens in their ecosystem. Do you agree with that? Okay. When they publish an album of music on iTunes, are you the owner of that if you buy it? No. You just buy a license of use for as long as that information exists in their catalog. A few weeks ago, they removed a song on an album, I can't remember, for political reasons. Stupid, because, don't mix politics with culture. If you didn't want to have it from the very beginning, don't have it in your catalog. Don't remove it later. But still, that's what they decided. And what happened was, it disappeared from everybody's devices. They have control over the digital twin of that particular album. Isn't that exactly what you would expect from data protection laws? I don't like how Amazon is treating me, so I want to delete all my data and I want to have full control of it, and I don't have to wonder whether they do it or not. Technically speaking, it's not a problem. Apple proved this is doable. Governments are not following suit because reasons. So, the big word when it comes to policy is operationalization, and you cannot think about having a society 5.0 thinking about how technology is going to be mixed with us if you're giving me policies that cannot be operationalized, or that I have no idea how they're going to be operationalized, or that will have no ways for me to verify whether that operationalization is or not complying with that regulation. Third one, generative pessimism. Ooh, Skynet. Nonsense for the most part. Okay, there are reasonable explanations and rational arguments as to why you would be concerned about the machines taking over. I'm not trying to minimize that, okay? I'm trying to take it with a grain of humor because I don't want to be a doomsayer. If I thought that it's done, that the machines are going to win, then I just go home and I don't need to be here giving any talk. So you can actually make a decision as to whether you want to be a negative pessimist. In that case, I'll tell you, okay, retire or jump through a window. I mean, up to you, man. Okay? Or think about how we're going to be trying to minimize as much as possible this kind of possible negative consequences. And the only way you're going to be able to do it is by design. It's not going to come with rationality after the design is done. All right? There's plenty of ways that we can look into how to use this to our advantage. So, 3 points of change. Time check. How many minutes do I have yet? 5. Oof, rushing. Okay. So, we need to change the way to look at technology. We need to operationalize our laws. These are basically the same conclusions that I said before. And we need to have a bit of optimism. I'll give you an example about optimism. Universities here. Who's handling a university? There was a rector before. Anybody else here from administration or from lecturers? Okay. Instead of just giving a title by the end of 4 or 5 years of studying in a university, why don't you also provide an LLM that has been the companion of the student for all of those years that you've been training? All I'm saying is that you can think about a 5-person marketing department disappearing, or you can think about it reconverting into 5 individuals running their own companies, doing marketing, and letting all the automation to their own personal LLMs, and allowing the competition to happen between the humans. And depending on how well you have trained your LLM, you'll be more or less performant in your automations. Not everything has to be mega negative. You can actually think about how to reshape your educational system by integrating those LLMs in your educational pipeline. Who knows who this guy is? He's going to help me put together everything that I've been saying until now that was basically somehow disconnected pieces. It's coming together now. Who is this guy? Yeah. Yeah. You probably have heard about 2001 Space Odyssey. Stanley Kubrick, hello. Okay. He wrote one of the most very interesting quotes ever. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. He wrote this in the 60s and 70s. And what he means by that is, hey, no wires. You can hear me through a loudspeaker, and people can see me online through Zoom. It's bloody magic, hello. We just got used to it. But I bring anybody here from 500 years ago, they would be just flipping. And how do you think people are going to feel about AI 500 years from now? Nothing. I don't feel nothing with this microphone. They will feel nothing with AI. Because what we're doing, sorry? I'm going to exemplify it with the Middle Earth. We are building the magic abstraction layer. That's essentially it. We are building the ability to have these pieces of software that I call genies and ask them to do something for us. And it's going to happen. And right now, we are living in a generation, mine included, in which we still want to understand how it goes. All of these concerns about AI transparency and whatnot, because we're trying to figure out, hey, what's exactly the way, the solution that you're proposing, how it works? I need you to give me a debug here. I need to give me a diagram of your solution. I want to know whether you're doing it correctly or not. 2 generations from now, they are not going to care. I don't care how this microphone works. 2 or 3 generations before me, they were like, oh my God, show me the frequency. I want to know exactly how it goes. I don't care. None of you does. So don't think about how you're going to be feeling about technology right now. It's how it's going to be happening in the future. Plus, the exponential component of it. Everyone here thinks linearly. That's the reason why you think about, okay, let me give you an example. Anyone has tried Sora AI? Okay? If I tell you 5 years ago, the kind of quality you can get with Sora AI right now, what would you have qualified me of? Nuts. You would have thought I was just an imbecile, basically. No, seriously, you would have thought I was crazy. That would be pretty much the nicest thing you would think of me. 2 years ago. 1 year ago. 6 months ago. Now 5 years from now. I've seen short movies like Arrival and that do not look like slop. Most of AI video produced right now, laughable. But the quality is quite amazing. And I've seen some very shorts that are, for the purposes of what they're done, really cool. And any of you does any one of you think that Netflix is not going to be providing a service of movies on demand? Why would they not? The business model is going to be there. It's going to take them 5 years, 10 years. You know, cost reduction is going to be a problem. But who cares? All they want is for you to be in front of the TV. If they can actually generate whatever perfect product you want to be consuming, they're going to give it to you. So stop thinking linearly, because that's not the way this thing goes. It goes way faster than you can even imagine. But what we're doing is, like I said, building the magic abstraction layer. Everybody knows who's this guy? Aragorn? Everybody knows who's this guy? Gandalf? Okay. Why did he bring Gandalf with him? The Middle Earth was a place with a lot of magic, right? Okay? Not so much in the movies, much more in the books. It doesn't matter that you're surrounded of magic. If you don't know how to use it, it's useless. Okay? After all, even Harry Potter had to go to school. It sounds stupid, but think about it. You may have as much technology out there as you want. If you don't know how to prompt it, you will not get what you want from it. It doesn't matter how powerful it is. Okay? Because spells are still prompts to a specific interface. And what do you guys think I've been doing for almost 45 minutes? I've been prompting you. I have ideas in the black box of my head, and I need to translate them in a way that can go through the air, through all of this wireless technology and whatnot, but finally reaches your ear, gets into the black box of your head, and generate a response in you that is the one that I'm hoping for. And if I don't do it properly, you ignore me. If I do it right, maybe you leave with more questions, or even interested in trying to make sure that technology is protected by design. Every single thing you do in your life is prompting. The reason why vibe coding is functioning right now, it's because What we used to do was to learn a programming language to express certain ideas in a specific language, C, C++, Python, whatever, Haskell, whichever is your preferred version of it, and you were prompting a compiler that would generate a binary for you to execute. We have never done anything else except prompting. It's exactly the same concept. Just someone came up with the idea of prompting, but it's basically communication. So how does that hit again now? Question. Do you guys think that we're going to be able to standardize prompts? So I want you to start thinking, these are not questions for now, not only because we don't have time, but because it wasn't even the idea. How do you enable these kind of things? How do you make sure that certain things are not in the way that are going to be stopping you? Let me tell you, governments are running for this. Whichever regulation that you have that stops you from having innovation, you're done. Interestingly enough, our organization was always technically oriented. And we found ourselves in the past 2 years becoming advocates for freedom of expression. Can someone figure out why? It was not at all in our roadmap. If the quality of input of an LLM determines the quality of the output, your ability to express all of your ideas determines the quality of the input. Any country that is not going to be allowing maximizing freedom of expression is done. They're toast. 1, 2, 3 individuals, not a problem. You can censor them, no issue. In the aggregate of the whole country, you're missing the opportunity of that particular breakthrough that is going to break your country to the next top level. It's very interesting how the way that we prompt things now, which is going to be natural language, requires that I'm able to express exactly the same ideas that I have in my head as much as I can. Mistakes, warts and all, as they used to say. So any country that is going to be cracking down on freedom of expression, you can remove them from the map. They're done in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Okay, things that I propose very quickly. Some standard developing organizations, they need to become the Royal Academy of the technical language. If we have in properly established languages things such as real academies where they determine how language goes in that particular language, so which words go into a dictionary and what those words mean, we have to do the same with technical, because otherwise you're not going to be able to prompt each other under the same terms. Standardized prompting. I want this platform to be respectful of freedom of expression. Okay, so that's your prompt. And you cannot have that prompt expressed 25 different ways, because then the output is going to be 25 different things, which is exactly the problem they have right now. You better remove as many regulations as possible that are on the way, and please, please, please stop thinking linearly. That's not the way these machines go. 3 advices, very quick, I'm finishing. Read a lot. Not technology. Read the classics, I don't care. Read novels, I don't care. Read as much as possible. Write with your hands, not typing. There's more than enough evidence about how that wires and rewires your brain and the way it allows you to express ideas. Learn another language. And the reason is, if you're going to be able to be prompting as best as you can, you need to be able to express yourself as best as you can. And those 3 things are the ones that sharpen the tool. Not looking at the screen, not doom scrolling, none of that. Reading, writing, and learning another language. And I don't care. I can, of course, recommend those of you who have like a Chinese background, you know, Hanzu, try to go for some other language that has a different structure, grammar structure. Those of you who use a subject, verb, object, such as English, go to some Asian language with the structure is different. Okay, if you're based on Latin, go to something that is much more Hanzu, Hanja, or Kanji, ideograms. Okay? Because it was going to force your brain to actually think differently how ideas are expressed. That's basically the exercise. Any questions? if they allow so. One question, okay. Because I really want you to go for lunch, don't worry, I'm not trying to get in the way.
Hello, my name is Kenneth. I'm from Pradita University as a student and from Indonesia.
Nice to meet you.
You mentioned arguing over documents can take longer than getting a PhD to agree on something, to standardize something. Do you think if there's an automated interoperability protocols that eliminate every middle management negotiation entirely in the future, could it possibly happen? If it's not going to happen, what framework is there available to try and implement that middle management being completely removed? And are we going in that direction?
So again, making predictions, it's always a gamble. And I think the expression was 9 out of 10 of them are nonsense. And it's likely to be the case. So when you look into what may happen in the future, I recommend the same method, this methodology. You establish all the possibilities, and you try to eliminate those that they give you good arguments as to why they wouldn't happen. And you remain open to all the others. So I cannot tell you that it's yes happening this way. What I'm saying is no one is giving me a proper counter-argument as to why we are not moving towards not needing to meet anymore and just let the machines do the work. Okay? In other words, if you're familiar with IP, the only reason why we need IP is because we need identifiers to be able to reach machines all over the place. But if the machines were taking care of it, why do I need IP for? For none. If I can ask an LLM, find me the information that I require and send this piece of data or this file to that other person, how do I care how it's done? The people who are not technologists in this room, they don't care about IP, they don't care about ports, they don't care about any of that. Send the file. Oh, it's done. Cool. That's it. That's all they want. The underlying premises where and the systems that we set in place to be able to achieve those objectives were basically a response of the mediums of the means that we had at the time. And there was geopolitical reasons, there was economic reasons, there was plenty of them. And we figured it out that the best way was to sit down at the table and talk. And once technology allowed, to do it remotely. Once that is not necessary anymore, what's your incentive to spend? Dude, to send people to the ITUT, it's easily a method calculation about $250,000 per year, per person. What's my incentive to do so if I can invest that money in my own machinery, and on the spare time of that machinery, which is shared with services I'm providing with customers, I also make it to run my own infrastructure. Because remember that every single company has a fiduciary responsibility towards their shareholders as well. So maximizing my profit is always going to be what I'm thinking of. It doesn't matter whether I agree or not. That's not the point. The point is whether it's going to happen or not. And at this point, I don't see how we're going to be avoiding companies just taking matters in their own hands and achieving this interoperability by the aggregate of all of those edges, transparently, seamlessly, for as long as it works. And one of the cool things about when I started looking into the AI universe was the resurgence of the word sufficient. It's a word that we tend to take for granted. Why do you have the laptop that you have now? It's sufficient for you. With the money that you had, for the use that you had, the means, whatever. If you needed more powerful computer, you would have either save more money or wait it or look for a discount or whatever it is. But it is sufficient. So any single technology that you have that survives for a prolonged amount of time is sufficient for the purposes of that use. Is ChatGPT great? No, but it is sufficient. Is the technology that the IETF, ICANN, and all the others, is it the best of the world? Sometimes not, but it is sufficient. It does the job. Could it be faster? Sure. But I can play my video games without too much lag. So could I do with less lag? Sure. But it's sufficient. So the moment that they can prompt each other and they figured out that there's the solution and the way it works is sufficient, they don't care about the rest of the world anymore.
I see. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. No need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. John Corral. Guys, so after this, we're going to have a lunch break, and we're going to meet here again at
2 p.m.
At 2 p.m. Yeah.
12.45 udah lewat. Sekarang jam 1.
Iya, 13.45. Waktunya di
Heeh.
We're going to be here again at, 13:45. Yeah. Well, 1:45 p.m. Thank you so much.
Iya, kenapa makan makan di luar? Oke. Good.
Aman, Pak. You can start now. Thank you.
Yeah, I cannot share my slide.
Share slide-nya boleh dibuka.
Jadiin co-host. Enggak. Dia yang mau share dibuka jadi co-host.
All right, thank you. So I hope everybody can see my slide, everyone. Can you see my slide, everyone?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yep.
Wait.
All right, is it one page or 2 pages?
It's 1 page.
1 page, okay, that's good. Not 2 pages, right? All right, thank you. So let me start our presentation. I think I have only around 30 minutes, so I will make it everything quite fast. Actually, I prepared this slide for about 1 hour, all right? So first of all, I would like to thanks to the committee, especially Dr. Emil, who invite me to do the presentation for everybody here. And congratulations to the committee to running the 18 Asia Pacific Next Generation APNG camp with the theme of Society 5.0 in the Asia Pacific Innovation for the Next Generation. All right. So my topic is about the innovation, especially in the area of artificial intelligence. All right. So my title today is about the paradigm shift from predictive to creative, creation by generative AI. So I introduced by the moderator just now. My name is Teddy Mantoro. I'm from the School of Computer Science, Nusa Putra University. By the way, congratulations also to Pradita University under the leader of Professor Eko Indrajit, my very close friend. Usually we collaborate with a lot of research and others, including the international conference together. Yeah. So let me introduce my school first. So this is our school. We have our own lab in Jakarta Pusat near Monas. Yeah, everyone. So if you asking about the accreditation of our school, we are have the excellent accreditation, unggul in the university and also in the study program that we have for bachelor degree and postgraduate degree S2 dan S3. We also have the good accreditation from Germany. So from ACAS, so our certificate actually, graduate certificate, they are recognized by every single country in Europe, by the way. And this is the number of the student that we have. Currently we have student came from 86 country, whereas our target actually we're going to have like a student they came from 100 countries. This is the distribution of the student that we have, yeah. And then move forward, this is the, I think everybody familiar with the QS World University Ranking. In Indonesia, we have 93 university at the moment already indexing in the QS. So one of them was us. We are in the rank of 1,200 plus, 1,200. And also, if you asking about the rank in time higher education, so we are currently in the rank of 601 and some other ranking over there. So we offering the bachelor degree, master degree, doctoral, and also for postdoc. So just in case you have your own PhD, you are interested to work in AI or in the cybersecurity, maybe our lab can be one of your possible collaboration. So let me go to the detail now, right? To the presentation. So this is 5 of my topic. Yeah, the first topic will be about the paradigm shift, the background of these studies, some result of our work also. Starting from the predictive to the generative AI. I think some of you are already familiar with the generative AI. And I just give you some a little bit background of it, yeah. And then the second one, I'm going to discuss about the AI itself from the graphical perspective, the difference between art and hawk. I'm going to share with you how our lab try to develop some thing, yeah, and with a very simple and low cost approach. And the third one, a little bit expensive, by the way, everyone. This is the AI in space. So I'm going. Inside of the demonstration or something like that. Maybe later on you can utilize this kind of approach that we develop and some recommendation, closing by recommendation. So I will start with this picture. So if I come physically, really unfortunate everyone, I couldn't come physically over there even though I already planned it, yeah, because I got couple meeting with the overseas with the Oman guys, Oman team that I working with them. And also currently we have some exam in our university, so please apologize that I'm not able to come to you, yeah. So everyone, this is actually the big data, the visualization data from Gojek. Gojek is the motor car cycle in Indonesia, yeah, very famous. And also during the COVID, they expand to the different countries, including into Malaysia until Vietnam, by the way. So if you see this picture, this is the data collection that they done at the time back to 2019, 2019. Yeah, and we collect the data from June until September 2019. So what happened is this is the situation of the Gojek in Jakarta. Yeah, and you can see from the digital perspective, back to 2015, this is the situation of Jakarta. Okay, so there is no busy traffic in the night, but in the morning, nowadays, yeah, they will be more red, more strong. Yeah, so you go down here, you can see couple research from the Gojek. For example, the Gojek become the super application in the Southeast Asia at the moment. And during the COVID, quite surprising everybody, actually, including me, yeah, because in very short period of time, a lot of people doing donation, and they reach until 45 billion only in 1 or 2 months time, because people care with others, even though the situation was quite tight at the time. Yes, quite worrying because a lot of people die during the early state of the COVID. That's back on the 2nd of March, 2020 at the time. And Gojek was helping us because we can order online and everything was come in by the application of Gojek. So that's one application why AI become, impacting to our life basically, yeah. Especially when we're talking about the smart city and so on, that should be related to this kind of technology, mobile application and so on. So during the COVID, everyone, we helping the government to tracking, yeah, people. We tracking not only one, but around 222,000 people every single day. And you can see from this picture, around 0.81% actually people moving, which is dangerous at the time because they are spreading the virus. And then there is two type that we detect. The first one is something what they call by ODP, orang dalam pengawasan, mean someone who get in touch with the other guys who are infected by the COVID. And the other one is PDP, is represent of the one who are they got the COVID. So here from our statistic, it show in 1 day's time, sometimes they move until 20 kilometers, yeah. And PDP, the infected one, sometimes they move until 22. So if we're not doing this kind of monitoring, what happens is the spread out of the COVID will be move forward. And everything here, we use the AI technique to do the tracking, including the mobile computing, of course. And then from there, we try to collect who is actually people from which province who are doing bad thing, yeah. So we can see the West Java, the most populated province in Indonesia. So they are the highest and so on. So this data, we giving this data to the government, especially to the governor, to give them a policy, yeah, to not to let them to move around, for example. Yeah, this one example also that we use AI in our lab. And the other one is we have some machine that we developed by our own, scraping data basically, yeah, from the media online. So currently every single minutes we collect around came from 2,000 media online in 1 minute's time. And in 1 day times, we got in average around 6,000 article, the new article, and we do the categorization. Go to the Ipologsus Buthankam, ideology, politics, economic, and so on. And then if you want to detect, for example, what kind of the issue they are running in our countries, we can see based on this data. So you can develop a lot of things, sentiment analysis, yeah, measure the certain index for seeing the vulnerability index, for example, like what I did. Of course, the base should be came from the right data. I saw a couple application that I from couple company, by the way. So they are not came from the good scheme like this, not in the good structured like this. So if you can see the pattern of my data, yeah, everyone, every Monday until Friday. So we got the data around 6,000. But on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we got only around 4,000. If in average you have this kind of pattern, then we can see the data is correct, it's good. Then when we give the good policy, the suggestion policy to the government, they should be in the right way. That is one of the example of our development. By the way, if we can see the implementation of the AI in many domain, for example, in the education domain, we use, for example, like Sakai from Japan, yeah, to do the collaboration learning using multiple learning in one go. Yeah, so sometimes we use something what we call as the access grid with the 10 gig connection. Yeah, and then in the field of health, someone, for example, have some disease in their brain, they take a picture, they slice the certain picture, but the expert, for example, in the different countries. So the suggestion to do the operation is the expert from different countries, and then they can do the operation in the certain space, a certain location, yeah. Whereas the expert, for example, was not there. Also in the field of the food security, the drone using AI to do recognition to pick up the fruit, for example, doing harvesting and so on, yeah. And of course, not forget to mention also about the most modern self-driving taxi, which is currently in Phoenix in Arizona. Yeah, this one of the considered the advanced one currently because they're using advanced sensor suites, including the lidar, the radar, the camera, ultrasonic sensor, and so on. So this one also need to be the considered the advance of the use of AI, yeah, in the self-driving car. So if we want to see a little bit of the theoretical part, yeah, just highlight a little bit, yeah, everyone. I believe most of you are already familiar with. So if you want to ask what is AI, AI actually, from my perspective here, is the theory, yeah. AI consists the theory, design, application, and development of the biologically and linguistically motivated computing paradigm. So AI actually, for our perspective again, how, for example, the machine try to imitate, yeah, the intelligent behavior. So they need to have the capability to learn, to understand, and when the change situation happen, they can deal very quick and very fast. And under the AI, usually they have like two fields. One is the AI itself, artificial intelligence. The other one is something what they call by CI. CI considers as the next generation of AI, computational intelligence. In some groups, some society, sometimes they call it as the subset of AI, but most of them they mention as the next generation of CI. And of course, they go to the LLM transformer, doing the predictive AI to the generative AI. And all the generative AI, they came from the predictive AI. Predictive AI based on two situations. Number one is to do the optimization. The second one is to do the clustering. That's the two of the target from the predictive AI. Of course, you can see, like for example, the process of the learning from the supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Yeah. So I have my PhD student who already graduated. Some of them, they are working in the reinforcement learning, for example, from Indonesia or from others. Just here for your information, everyone, I spent like more than 25 years in my academic career, 15 years in Australia, for example, and the rest in different countries, in Thailand or in Malaysia, for example. Of course, not to forget about like the one of the top lab in media lab in MIT, for example, or some other lab in different countries. I managed to join them to do some work to as the research fellow. Okay, and then this is the supervised learning. I think some of you are already familiar with this. Given the certain example and then giving the label, yeah, doing the annotation, for example, then we can do a couple way to do the supervised learning. And some enforcement learning, yeah. So, and also some quite interesting here when we're talking about the predictive AI, go to the generative AI. What is the difference? The difference basically from the generative AI, they produce the output, and the output can be came from different form. Yeah. So given the input as the image, for example, the output can be text, image, or also video. Yeah, currently a lot of application doing that way. In the same time, if you giving the text, and the output can be the text itself in the form of summary, for example, in the form of the recommendation and so on, or giving the certain scenario, so the possible, yeah. And also the output can be the image and audio and also the decision, yeah. So if you want to go to a couple approach that more advanced, we can learn about the RAG, yeah, the retrieval augmented generation. So we have some project in our lab collecting the information from 140 countries, and we do this. We do the summarization, yeah, and then this is the process that usually that we do, and then we not expect the information that we collect because considered as confidential. So we don't want to have some leaking to outside there. That's why everything was filtering with several staging. And nowadays people working with the agentic AI, so we also doing the same thing. So when the prompt, from the prompt, go to the AI process, go to the responsible one, go to the AI which is based on the goal, yeah, based on the tool selection, couple of tools they come up, and then the process will be select the right tool to get the optimum answer, yeah, to do the execution, for example. That's the way the agentic AI work, by the way. Okay, and then this is the summary and recommendation process that we develop in our lab. Yeah, starting from uploading the files regularly, automatically also, from 140 countries, for example, and doing some detection, triggering something, and then do some selection, and so on. Yeah, so this is all the thing that we develop. For this process, in the middle, we put it like, for example, the latest language modeling, like GPT-5, for example. All right. So a couple product in the field currently, yeah, text to image, text to video, and so on. So then I think nowadays become unlimited now, because in every single lab, every single countries, they develop also the tools, yeah. So we need to do the categorization of the tools and do some comparison if you want to use it, and which one is giving you the productivity. So please, for those who are not with the IT background, so if you want to use any device that you want to, any tools that you're going to use using AI, please see the structured, yeah, not just use the tools because you can get the more optimal one. But please be careful, everyone, because sometimes using like ChatGPT, they can be leaking, yeah. So if you have a very important strategy in your company or in your institution, for example, don't put it in the ChatGPT because the information will be spread out to anywhere. All right. So Samsung is one of the big company who identify that their strategy was leaking only because of one of their stuff they submitted to the ChatGPT. Yeah. Then they can see also the source code of them and so on. Yeah. Because someone asking a lot of things inside of the ChatGPT, they construct something that they know your strategy, which is not so good. And Samsung is not the only one. So usually this is my course material that I teaching in my class, by the way, everyone. So case back to 2023, at least 10 case that we collect here. Yeah, from Samsung itself, JP Morgan, Amazon, and so on. Yeah, 2024 also. And the list quite long in my lab, yeah. And then one other that we also a little bit worry is something what we call as the prompting injection attack, yeah. So someone managed to do some man in the middle attack, changing the question that you have, and then they're giving the different answer, and then people believe the one is the truth one or consider as correct nearly 90%. And because of that, then become something which is not that we expected, and the bad thing. Yeah. Okay. This is the market later on until 2032, and they're going to reach quite high here. Yeah. Until billion US dollars. All right. I will go to the next one, everyone. That talking about the art and the hope. So why I'm talking this part, because if you're dealing with the art, there is no law consequences. You no need to go to the jail, for example. Yeah, but if you create some hook, and maybe someone can sue you, yeah, which is not so good. So let me give you a couple example here. So Indonesia, back to 2020 to the years of 2024, we have the election. So then a lot of people create this kind of image. Yeah, this is the real picture. Yeah, up here, and then this is the image that's going around. Okay, this one is considered as art, so there is no law implication. There's something like this. So created by Bibi Negara. Yeah. So this is, for example, what do you call it? This is from the country called one village called Hokage. Yeah, this is the Hokage. This is the guru. Okay, I think everybody can have some sense if you are Indonesian or understand about the Indonesian politics. That this is actually the president of Soeharto, and then this is Habibie. The other one is Gus Dur, for example. And this is represent of the guru of the people who are dealing with the politics, yeah. And down there, the Naruto become the president of Indonesia, for example. It is quite nice art also. And if you are not familiar with this kind of stuff, maybe you can use the Mid Journey, creating some certain prompt. Don't forget to put your image, and you can create whatever that you need, yeah. And a lot of tools in nowadays. One of them, for example, like crayon, in less than 1 minute time, you can create whatever picture that you need. Really unfortunate nowadays. Not many prompt go to the positive prompt or negative prompt that they split it out. Yeah, usually they combine it, become one. Okay. Now starting with goes to the defect. Yeah, to the betting, which is have the low implication. So number one here, consider as the positive defects. At the time, the Pope was falling from the chair, and then some community they showing the Pope was in the strong way. Yeah. Similarly, like the previous president of U.S., Joe Biden, for example, suddenly passing through in the podium that supposedly he give a talk, and in the corner he fell down. And then the next day, the certain video showing that Joe Biden was running in front of the White House here. This is in front of the White House. I was there for several times, by the way. And this is one guy, I don't want to mention, but I put it the name here. They actually not happy with the President Trump. So they do the deepfake here. The face actually is not the Trump, but they put it as Trump. And we are going to play around with this kind of picture in a minute. Yeah, everyone, just wait. And this the same guy, they also expecting the Trump at the time go to the jail, so they already create the imagination on how the Trump, for example, if they are in the jail, what they do. Yeah. And the left side is about the noise. Yeah, about the hallucination. Sometimes they call it. So I put, for example, here Ronald Reagan in Borobudur. All right. So what happened is, based on my searching, my getting the information, Ronald Reagan have no experience to go to Borobudur. But you can see here, Ronald Reagan was in Borobudur. Even one of the statue, they can change, become the Ronald Reagan. So this one actually can be easily to detect, yeah, everyone, whether this one is the correct or not. However, one of our work in our lab, for example, we can learn from the certain image, yeah, whether this image is fake or not. And if that one is fake, for example, we can create some using some certain mathematical model. Currently, we use the Markov model or the tool to make it all the image become smooth. So when, for example, the picture was testing whether the one is original or not, then the application will see this one actually the original, but actually it's not, yeah, because the fake image, we make it a smooth image, yeah, which is detected as the original, but actually it's not. Okay, now the question is how we create this, yeah. So this is the one way we do it, yeah, everyone. So I use, for example, the Stable Fusion because this is free. They have the very good GPU, and of course you can use also, yeah. And then I utilize the Google Drive. So I spend like 35,000 rupiah only, yeah, only like $2, yeah. And then I got a good space, and I using the coding using Google Colab. Then I going around to see whether there is some free realistic model, realistic model. So I find at the moment using Magic Mix Realistic, for example. You see this lady is not exist, but quite realistic. And then I download the model. I put it in the Google Drive. Then doing some coding and then using Google Colab and create some diffusion. And the sample of the environment will be like this, yeah. According to the committee, they mentioned the attendees for today, 90% have the IT background. So I think they should be familiar with this kind of code, yeah, using Python, by the way. Every single box of this, we can represent in every single thing like this one, yeah. So you can see here in my approach, we divide become two for positive prompt and negative prompt. Okay, and then we save it. Without any input, we got like this. I put, for example, create, for example, Donald Trump in the jail. Then I can create this. Put the flag, for example. Then the flag was there. Yeah, American flag. And this is the other result, everyone. The original one like this. And I'm going to ask what happened if he become 90 years old, or what is the face of him when he was 25 years old, for example. Yeah. So from there, we can see like this one, yeah. This one with the one single input. We put here 20 years younger, for example, or when he was 20 years old. Then I got the output like this. Yeah. So this another one. artifact, yeah, meaning something that we don't need it. So with adjustment of the certain variable here, yeah, inside here, then we can clean it up, yeah, become the good one. All right. So basically we can do that way, yeah. So I will make it quick, yeah, everyone. Using AI, of course, we can create the bad thing, yeah. This is have the negative impact at the time in US, for example. So when they happen, I'm lucky at the time back to 2023 in May, I was there, yeah, in the Pentagon complex at the time. Actually, when I see the surrounding, they are clean, have nothing, yeah. But someone managed to create like original like this and make the something that related with the economic going down, yeah. And this is how to weaponize the AI. They can create, for example, 40,000 new chemical weapon in 6 hour times, yeah. So this is the dangers of the AI. That's why we need to have some certain ethic, yeah, when we use or we use the AI in the certain domain. Okay, this is Indonesia, and I try to create this, yeah, everyone. This is the president of US nowadays, yeah, Donald Trump, and maybe this one is the next president, yeah, of the US in the next round, yeah, everyone. So the question is how I can create this, yeah. The way I do is this way, yeah, everyone. So for this I need to have the two input. One is as the reference point, the other one is as the put it as the frame later on. So we combine among the two, and using some certain setting variable, in the end we can create this kind of new picture, the combination among the two person, yeah. So this one you can using it for a lot of things. Nowadays people using DNA, for example, that someone is claimed as his children. So maybe using this kind of approach, we can do this thing also, yeah, to check whether there is some interrelation between a certain parent and his child, or maybe they belong to others, for example. And the idea is with in your the limit of your idea will be in your imagination, yeah. So I put like Trump was flying, for example, and so on. So now everyone, this is the picture created by modified by Elliot Higgin, the one that I mentioned previously, yeah. So you can see here there is no others guys, yeah. So now I want to put myself in this picture. Yeah. So this is the way I do, everyone. For example, the coding is here. I put my name and then I select some certain variable so I can move. The picture can be moved. So the result will be something like this. Now I'm here. All right. And then I can move also to the back that I was there in the event, for example. And then I can put it here also. From here, I move here, for example, or go to the left side here, go to the front, or even go as the victim. Yeah. So then people can detect actually whether this one is the defect or not. But using my other approach, we can develop the smooth algorithm using, like I mentioned earlier, Markov model order 2. Then this one can be detect as the original. Yeah. And we go also to the video, everyone. So this one couple video, yeah. Actually the video was, let me running this, yeah. So let me give you the idea of this picture. This guy is the original one. So when I put this guy as the guy, the replacement will be like this. Okay. So let me running the video for you in couple second, yeah. Give me 1 second, please. Let me stop from here. And I will bring up the video. Just a moment. So this one is the original one, everyone. Let me running the video. The voice also will go to you, yeah. So I hope you can see the video. So this is.
Tujuannya adalah untuk membangkitkan semangat patriot generasi muda, meningkatkan jiwa patriotisme,
this guy, yeah?
terutama di Papua. Kemudian yang kedua,
I will stop everyone. Now let me show you the result after I embedded some certain picture, yeah. So just a moment. So after I embed it, yeah, everyone, you can see this the face of this guy. When they move, they are very smooth, yeah. So we do some.
Tujuannya adalah untuk membangkitkan semangat patriot generasi muda.
They are moving now.
Meningkatkan jiwa patriotisme, terutama.
Okay, yeah. Just to give you some idea on how the application was work, the development was work. Yeah, this is swapping face for the video, doing the deepfake. Yeah. Okay, the next one is AI in space. I will spend like 2-3 minutes only, everyone, because the limited of our time. I will very limited to explain it to you. So I hope everybody familiar with the balloon surveillance. Why the idea come in? Because if you're using drone, for example, there is some other technology what they call by anti-drone, yeah, or drone gun. They're using two technology, one using radar, and then from the radar they can detect where is the type of the certain drone, and then put it in the drone gun, and then someone can hit the drone by two process. Number one, disconnected the communication with the main drone. The second one is to inject, yeah, the new location from the drone, so the drone will come to you, yeah, if you have the kind of device. So that's why using drone is not so good, because they can hijack your drone. Whereas using the balloon, they will be more safe, but really unfortunate. They have to fly until 120 feet, for example, here. This is the schematic of the balloon. All right. And this is what happened when balloon of Chinese using spy to US, for example, and one of the very advanced aircraft here, F-22 Raptor, they managed to hit the balloon, and then the balloon was exploded. Then all the device and the sensor going down, yeah, and then someone taking this, and then they see, like, for example, at the time Chinese, according to the news, yeah, Chinese managed to, doing the spying to the US, for example. So we try to bring up a certain balloon at the time in Tucson, yeah. This is not easy, of course, everyone. We need to ask permission from the authority over there, especially to the ATC, air traffic controller, yeah, ATC. And then after they give the permission, so we bring up the first balloon first, yeah, to see the surrounding situation. And we bring up the balloon with the helium, and then they are moving very fast going up, yeah, until a certain location. So from the top level, we can see the three path, yeah. This is developed by AI, by the way. So the AI, the GPS, of course, you need to use the advanced GPS. In this case, we using the Kalman filter inside of the GPS. And I'm lucky in my career, I managed to bring myself to the center of development, two lab, yeah, who developed the GPS. One is Snap Lab in Australia, already more than 50 years over there. And the other one is Place Lab in Washington University in US, in the lab site, if you see from the map. So they developed the GPS using AI to determine the location of the balloon. So they can create the two location here, and this is the most possible location of the balloon stratolite, yeah. And then when they want to going down, so you can see in the map directly, so we can decide where will be the location from the balloon. The balloon is not that expensive, but the sensor, especially the camera, yeah, everyone, the camera, they can zoom until 680 times. 680 times, yeah. And the result was quite nice. because the pixel until 30 centimeters they call it. Okay, so that's quite expensive, and then even the type of camera they cannot come to Indonesia, by the way. Yeah, except if you do in the different way. Yeah, in current regulation, we cannot have the kind of technology coming to the developed countries. Yeah, and then we can predict where is the location for the balloon. After we know, we decide the path, and after some time, we can get the device. Yeah, everything will be safe. This one can be absorbed by the land, yeah, because this is green technology, whereas the device we can bring it up, yeah, because quite expensive. Just to give you some idea, but what is the negative one currently, like in Australia? Yeah, they have the magnetic storm. This is the Earth magnetic sphere, yeah. So I study about this for many years. I have a good accommodation in Melbourne currently. So then, like last month, I spent like one month in Melbourne just to see this kind of geomagnetic storm. Yeah, and you see from the color. Yeah, if you see like a lot of green like this, meaning the one should be in Europe usually. But if there's a lot of red color, usually in south, not in the uh, uh, s- not like in like Australia. Yeah. Okay. And what is the impact if we not care of it? Yeah, if you can see from here, this is for example when the Elon Musk published the data for a couple hours, their device cannot transfer the data, yeah, using Starlink, for example. And this is the impact, disturbing the communication, damage the power infrastructure, damaging the satellite communication, and so on. So every single problem, actually, we can do some certain studies to fix this kind of problem, yeah, caused by geomagnetic storm. Yeah, this is from detecting the aurora in from the NOAA and so on. Yeah, and the north and the south pole. This is usually in the north in America. This is in south in Australia, and so on, New Zealand and so on. Yeah. So I will go to the last part, everyone, which is quite interesting at the moment in my lab. You want to detect the real crisis. Okay. So what happened is in every single country, usually there is some violence, some raid, some demo, some riot, some chaos. Yeah. I will give you one example, everyone, for this. With example with the video. This one showing someone try to hit the car. Okay, so here our coding development try to identify whether we can recognize the betting we published already, by the way. Yeah, the real-time crisis recognition and response system for this. The next example that I giving it to you just happened like last year, back to June 2025. This is the immigration rate at the time in California, for example. How we detect the guy, yeah? How we detect if there is some violence. And then this is in the Jakarta demo in August 2025. I will give you a couple demo in the minutes, yeah, everyone. Follow me for a little while. This is the original video, yeah. I will share it with you. So someone, young guys, they are getting something, yeah. Okay, I will stop until there because we have very limited times. And 3 o'clock I have another meeting, by the way. Now this is something that we already put it our algorithm to detect them and try to identify who is that guy, yeah. So this is the way we do, yeah. So I take out the voice so you can hear my voice only. So then we can identify this is using violence. They hit something, now it's not, now doing the same thing again. After some times, we can identify who is the guy, yeah. So somewhere inside here, so this is the guy who doing the betting. Yeah, everyone. So that's the one example of the video. The other one is the demo in the California. Yeah. Let me share with you. And I'm going to show you on how we develop this kind of technology. Yeah. So, yeah.
Chaos erupts here in LA County.
Chaos and calamity rocked Paramount Saturday on the second day of demonstrations against federal immigration operations in Southern California.
Okay, I just give you a couple things.
Service bus
Yeah,
and
everyone. Just to make it quick here.
Came. We
This is
also
nice. Now how we
protesters disperse as they push them further back. We have the chopper overhead right now. Again, this started with federal officers.
now on how we are going to detect them. Yeah, let me share with you how we detect them. Give me 1 second. I'm still preparing for that. This is the way we do. We do the detection on how does that happen? For example, to detect the incident happen. Yeah, everyone. We can identify this lady doing the bad thing. Yeah, everyone. So then they hit something, and some other people also doing the same thing, and do a lot of tracking here at the moment, and so on. Yeah. Okay, this is what happened in June last year in California. Yeah. Now I will stop again from here, everyone. So let me stop now. In the case of Jakarta, yeah, last June. So let me show you the case in Jakarta. This one need a lot of effort, of course, everyone. I have couple of our researcher who are
What began as a demonstration outside Parliament last week turned into a violent and brutal clash.
So if you see from this guy doing bad thing, yeah. So we want to detect automatically and then creating some certain report, yeah. And a lot of bad thing also happen here, yeah, everyone. So we want to identify every single thing that happened. We can do direct streaming online, or also like record it, yeah. So we can detect of them. Let me show you the result, yeah, everyone. So the result quite nice also, actually, yeah, by the way. So this will be no voice. So if nothing, then will be nothing. But if someone, for example, start to do something, hit something, then you see just like this, yeah. So we can see the guy actually preparing to do the violence, yeah. So and so on, yeah, everyone. So you can see also if someone brings some stick or something, we can. This is when I mention violence, it's not only from the victim but also from the police or from others guy, yeah. Then we can detect all the thing, by the way, yeah. Because of not enough time, I'm going to stop until here. All right. And I'm going to show you on how we create this kind of approach. So from here, yeah, everyone, the way we do, you can read my paper that I published in Cairo recently. Just November is already in the Scopus now. This is the way we do, yeah. The input came from the video streaming, like I mentioned earlier, and we do the object detection with whether human or there is some tools and some others. And then we do something what we call as the post estimation module. So every single of a guy, we create like 17 point and how they move. So if they throw some stone, for example, then we can identify like, oh, this guy is throwing the stone by study the posture, velocity, and trajectory. And then we do the decision, and if the situation was crisis, for example, then we can alert to the some to the police or some other authority. Yeah, and then this is the way we detect them. Yes, from the angle, motion, object proximity, and some simple mathematical model here. Then we can define whether this is the bad thing or not. That's why we can detect all of them. Yeah, this is for example, if someone, for example, throwing, fighting, pushing, for example, push someone else, then we can detect them. Yeah, this is some other detect result with some other variant of them. Okay, my last slide, yeah, everyone, as the recommendation. So generative AI represent as the major shift from the predictive analytic, from the prediction, yeah, from the predictive, go to the creative intelligence, and enabling the system to produce original and context-rich output. That's what we mentioned in our studies in the lab. Yeah, this transition expand the innovation potential, try to reshaping the workflow and accelerate the solution development across the sector, and move prediction to creation, especially for you if you are still young and have the AI background. You need to find like a strong lab, I think, and try to develop your capability, yeah, in creating the use of the of AI. Of course, we need to consider about the ethical aspect also. Yeah, to make the AI become more collaborate and doing the empowerment to have the more adaptive, more inventive also, and then do the transformative outcome. Encouraging all academic program, yeah, including this boot camp to do the hands-on, of course, yeah, and maybe also embedding to the curriculum, revise the curriculum. If you have a program study that related to the AI, do the creation. If you are other than IT background in your study program, then use the tools of AI for the sake of the productivity. Yeah, so changing the curriculum to incorporate the AI and particularly to use the generative AI, and supporting the iterative program to bolster the human resources, yeah, like lab, do the productivity, and so on. Yeah, and of course we need to do some collaboration, yeah, to do the research collaboration with others. Currently, our lab, especially Pak Rektor of Pradita, Pak Prof Eko, also Pak Handri, for example, sometimes we are sharing each other. Yeah, we have some MOU, and sometimes we working together with them also. Do the paper publication together with their student. All right, and as the closing, so this is my school. Yeah, just in case one of you want to know better what something that we develop, you may visit our lab and then discussing the possibility if you want to do some master degree, doctoral degree, or even the postdoc. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier. I think that's all for the time being. And now back again to the moderator, and with that again, thank you to the committee to invite me to sharing in this prestigious activity. So with that again, thank you. Very good afternoon, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, test. Okay. Is there anyone who wants to ask a question? Or, oh, yeah.
No questions?
Bu Moderator, actually, someone already waiting for me in the other meeting, ya, Bu Moderator. So if there's some question, please write it down and sending it to me through Pak Emil, for
Okay.
example. I'm happy to reply later on.
All right.
So with that, again, thank you. So I will ask permission from this Zoom.
Okay.
Again, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor
hope to see
Teddy
you.
Mantoro, for the
Yes.
excellent presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak. So izin live ya.
Yes, thank
Terima kasih,
you.
Pak.
Now we will enter the conference paper presentation session. But before we get to the presenters, I would like to welcome the moderator for this session, Mr. Alpha. For session 1, we will have 3 presenters. I bet you guys are curious for the first one. For the first one, please welcome Norbusonam Laden on Green Data System.
Would you like to move it? Oh, it's fine. All right.
You want the light? No, I think the lighting is fine.
Lighting is fine?
Lighting is
Sorry. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Alpha. I'm a lecturer at the Pradita University. So my major field is computer science. Today I'm gonna lead the paper session, this session and the next session after the coffee break. So because we are running out of time, I think we already, I don't know, like 30 minutes out of schedule. So the first presenter is Norbusonam Laden, right? You are going to present your paper. The title is Green Data Systems for Society 5.0, Building Sustainable Digital Futures for Small Nations. So you are from Bhutan. Okay, that's great. So floor is yours now.
Okay. Thank you. Hello everyone, Nurbu here again. Before I start, okay. Before I start, I would like to tell something. Especially with digital technologies that are shaping the future of society, they are also increasing the global energy and its electronic waste. The question is, can we build digital futures that are both sustainable and smart? And Bhutan, especially that a country that I belong to, is a Himalayan country, a very small nation in a South Asia country. And Bhutan is known for its unique development philosophy called the gross national happiness, which values environmental conservation and cultural preservation, also good governance and sustainable development. The country is carbon negative, and with over 70% of the forest cover, that largely relies on the clean hydropower project for its energy use. This balance between the strong environmental commitment and growing digital development makes Bhutan a very strong potential example around the South Asia country in terms of sustainable and green digital futures for small nation. Can I go to the next slide?
Next slide, please.
So here is my topic, the presentation for today, Green Data System for Society 5.0, Building Sustainable Digital Future for Small Nation. Why Green Data System? According to the Population and Housing Census 2017, Bhutan's population is just 700,000 people. It's very lower compared to Jakarta, and I understand that Bhutan's got the capability to grow, and also this presentation looks at how small countries like my country, Bhutan, has the capability in terms of developing digital systems and in a way that is much more smart and also environmentally sustainable. So here is the problem. Behind the digital convenience are the data system that are like server and data centers that store and process information. We use cloud computing, AI, IoT, and these are just a beginning of creating a very smart society. With systems consume a large energy use, and I believe that with increased energy use is much more of a problem. At the same time, we are much more in the development of more products. Electronic waste are increasing, and hardware are always replaced. So, while digital transformation is improving society, it should also improve or create like environmental challenges. That's why we need to think about sustainability when building digital system. This is where my research positions in terms of small nation, not as a follower of digital development, but as a leader in sustainable digital design. Green data system refer to a digital infrastructure that are designed to be energy efficient, environmentally friendly, and sustainable in the long future. Society 5.0 is human-centered society where technology acts as a friend, like AI, IoT, solve problems, and improve quality of life, which is what we all want, right? Now, if you look at Bhutan as an example of a small nation with just 700,000 people, it is already known for its very strong commitment to environmental protection and sustainability. At the same time, Bhutan is expanding its digital services and infrastructure. This creates a very special opportunity. Instead of following just the traditional path, like why don't we develop first and then fix the problems of the environmental later. So Bhutan, like a small nation, can build digital systems in a green and a responsible way right from the very beginning. It's not working. It's
Next
not
slide,
working.
please.
Okay. So there are several practical initiatives that I have looked upon. Firstly, it's about the renewable power micro data centers. Small data centers that are solar or hydropower can reduce the energy consumptions and improve the access in different regions. Second, we should promote a green software where efficient coding and a lightweight application reduce the processing power and energy needed to run a system. Third, a smart data governance is also important because not all data needs to be stored forever. And the fourth one is about the shared national green cloud so that different departments don't run just as a separate server. This reduces duplication, at the same time lowers cost and improves energy efficiency. To bring these ideas together, I propose that a green data system for Society 5.0 based on 5 pillars. The first one is green infrastructure that includes energy efficient and renewable power data systems. The second one is green software, where applications are designed to be using a fewer resources. Third, sustainable data governance, which focuses on managing data wisely. Fourth, circular IT management, promoting reuse and responsible e-waste handling. And the fifth one is the policy and skills development, where trained people and supportive policies are necessary for long-term services and success. So in conclusion, I believe that digital transformation and sustainability should not be a separate goal. Rather, it should act as a model to show how a small nation like my country, Bhutan, could align technical and technological progress with environmental responsibility, rather than catching up with the larger countries and economies where it's very strong. I believe that small nations have the opportunity to be seen as a global example for green digital development. And I really thank you for listening, and I would really appreciate any feedback if you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentations. We are now in the Q&A sessions. So any questions from anybody? Any? Okay.
Hello, Intan. So I was wondering, regarding you're highlighting very important part about saving less, manage better when it comes to storing data, and you're highlighting and connecting this idea with green idea. I mean, like sustainably, which is good. But I don't still have like the comprehend understanding about this, because when we're talking about digital, it's obviously not something that you're gonna be like digging from the earth, taking natural resources. It's digital, something in the internet. You're not using any digital resources, unless when it comes to electricity, it's a whole different story. But how is it exactly when it comes to the green? Which part of the green? Is it like how you promote your country because it is like very green, or how? Probably, could you please to elaborate?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I understand where it comes from, especially when in terms of developing like the better country in terms of greener ways, and especially when it comes to e-waste, it has always been a question, and especially in terms of my research also, I'm very new to this information system as a student, and I believe that there are a lot more capabilities in terms of looking into solutions of how we could really promote like e-waste and also promote like the environmental sustainability at the same time. I cannot really give you like the proper and the direct answer, but I believe that I will definitely look into it and then make sure to, you know, come up with the better solutions, with the better reviews and study.
Okay, so technically, if we're initiating a business, of course, there's the urgency in it. Like, for instance, if we're talking about, about this green whole thing, something that happened probably there that needs like urgent solution, that's why you're initiating this research, or something like concerning, that's why you're initiating this research. What makes you like specifically doing this, despite the fact that your country, from what I know, Bhutan is very green and it has like not as crazy population as it is in Indonesia. So, I mean, like, what's the trigger specifically?
Because from a very young age, I've seen my country grow, and it's not like how it's in the United States or in Australia, where the culture is very much different compared to the Asian countries. And especially in terms of Bhutan, we are just the very developing country. And I, especially as a woman, I feel that in Bhutan, we do have the capability to be sustaining, at the same time, keeping our values intact, at the same time grow digitally, not like the advanced countries. I'm not really comparing with the United States or the other big countries. I'm simply wanting my country to be like promote its forest, environment, at the same time be economically or digitally safe for every students or people in my country. That's the sole aim that I'm just working on this research program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay.
Hello, my name is Kenneth. I'd like to ask about, in regards to the technology being developed, and we're nearing towards more about AI and large language models, which requires a significant amount of computational power, and that also produces carbon emissions, which are the opposite of what you want when you want to aim for something green, right? So I looked up if Bhutan has data centers, and Bhutan does have 3 facilities of it. And since we are leaning more towards the development to AI, and what do you propose to the government, for example, to, you're trying to make the technology more green, right? And how do you start small and make something that for localized for your country, for example? It's also for, you mentioned data governance, which if you were talking about LLM, using third-party LLMs could be a security concern. And if Bhutan is one day going to be using and hosting their own LLM, they would need to have an in-house built data center. And how do you propose that the energy is limited so that it doesn't produce as much carbon emissions? Do you have a framework to, or a plan of some sorts?
I'm really thankful for your question. In terms of my perspective, I believe that Bhutan's literacy rate is very low compared to the other South Asian countries. And I also believe for the fact that Bhutan needs a much more better policy in terms of their use of IT and better greener, in terms of conservation. And I believe that with better policies and much more awareness in terms of schools, because in terms of the school reality, if I share you just a little information, the students are just learning like IT in the schools currently. So it's not like how you think it's a very developed country. That's why Bhutan is solely thinking of right now as a conserving their environment. So I believe that better policies in use and a better awareness could really help upon like the development and coming up with better ideas.
Okay. Any questions from other participants?
I got the question is like you want to have the data center or something in your country. So that means you need more sources for the electricity, like the water, all the things. So how you want to support for the green also, and also the infrastructure that is support for your country to do like more develop or something, imbalance it, because
I understand what you're trying to convey to me. In terms of the data centers that I was mentioning in my presentation, it's just a proposal because Bhutan is simply starting with understanding of data centers because it is already running a very much bigger projects like the hydropower projects in Bhutan. So in terms of data centers, I believe that it could be collaborated with the hydropower projects that are currently running. So it's all about like how we could really collaborate, not just as a sole government, but as a, how do you pronounce that one? Okay, it's about collaborating with other agencies as well. So it's much more about the collaboration that should be taking place in terms of understanding data centers along with the hydropower projects that are currently running in Bhutan.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions from other participants?
Thank you for your presentation. Because I have a lot of friends from Bhutan because Bhutan is a very beautiful country and very nature, and I hope to visit one day. And as you talk about the green economy, so you talk about the advantage with the good thing. What about your perspective, like in other side, there has any disadvantage or the negative impact to you, to your country, to your Bhutan?
Okay, obviously with the, in terms of advantages also come with the disadvantages, right? In terms of Bhutan, even though it's not like the other developed countries, like the other South Asian countries, Bhutan in particular is affected in terms of the global climate change because Bhutan, we are just a small landlocked countries where China, India are all surrounded by these countries. And I believe that due to the development of these bigger nations, it is affecting Bhutan in a way in terms of climate. So that is one of the interesting chapters that we should really look upon.
Okay. Okay. I have a question myself. This is based on my understanding. So you want to modernize Bhutan?
It's not actually about modernizing Bhutan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really going to the very far extent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just simply stepping a foot in terms of maintaining the greener position, at the same time taking a step-by-step approach towards understanding digital in a better way to make sure that we take care of our environment. That's the sole aim that I'm currently planning into.
So you put more weight on the green side?
Yeah, both the sides, because I just cannot rely on the greener side, because every nation, every country is now focusing on the AI. So it is important for Bhutan to also step towards like the AI generation to grow and then balance between these two. That's what I'm thinking about.
Okay, I still have another question. How about the nuclear power plant policy in Bhutan? Nuclear power plant policy.
Currently, Bhutan do not really have any like the nuclear power plant policies, but I believe the government is really planning into how they could really handle with the nuclear plant policies, and that's what I have even looked into it. So that's all I can answer to your question.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for the nice presentations. Let's give her applause. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move to the next presenter. So the second paper will be presented by Rila Gusela Sumistra. Rila, okay. So the title of the paper is Securing the Margins, Inclusive Cyber Strategies for Small Medium Enterprises and Underserved Communities in the Asia Pacific. Okay, Rila Gusela Sumistra, please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I'm sorry, I have a sore throat, so I hope you can listen my voice clearly. Okay, my name is Rila Gusela Sumistra. I'm from Indonesia. I was graduated from Binus University in computer science and master in information system and digital information from LSE, United Kingdom. So basically, this paper or this presentation, it's more like policy research or policy like critical analysis, because wait, it's too small. I cannot see. Wait, let me check my. Can you close the autos?
Could you make it in presentation mode? I think there is an option for that.
Yeah.
In the menus. Yeah.
Very fast. I hope there's no typo. I type is very. Okay, next. Where's the, what is it? Next. Oh, that one. So many.
Oh, yeah, I think it doesn't work. Okay,
It doesn't work.
let's move to the next slide, please.
Anyway, so the cybersecurity gap is a development crisis. So it's not just like technical glitch or like silo, but it's more than that. So the context is because of digital adoption, you can see the industry 4.0, the mobile payments, cloud, and etc. Actually creates a digitalization paradox. So it means inclusion increases, but without increasing protection. Then the failure, we can see there's kind of potential of systemic risk, which is the top-down policy prioritize critical infrastructure. Well, we know that all the protection is risk-based things, like if it's like critical sector, for example, is water, energy, and so on. So they need more security rather than SMEs. But the underestimating this kind of, nuance actually make it low resilience. So the failure for the SME, because it's low hygiene or like no MFA, no training, so it creates systemic risk. And then the solution is basically we need inclusive policy intervention to make the resilient growth. So I will talk it more detail. Next slide, please. Next. Oh, is it two? Offside? Is it offside? Is this before? I think this one. Wait, okay. Okay, so the SMEs are the engine of Asia Pacific. Why? Because basically a lot of still developing countries, so the GDP contributions is promote one from 3 of national GDP. For example, the case of digital SMEs in Malaysia is like 79 billion ringgit and to 99 billion ringgit. And also the employment, oh my God, there's a typo, sorry. SMEs account for the majority of employment across Southeast Asia. Next. Next, please, yeah. So this is that I say digitalization paradox. So can you see the graph, like the digital adoption is increases, but the security is just like stagnant and the readiness. And like the regional context, SMEs are the dominant source of employment in Indonesia and Vietnam especially. Then the key takeaway is we are connecting the margins without protecting them based on this graph. And digital inclusion is outspacing digital resilience. Next slide. So the attacker focus, why I categorize this, because basically maybe for the government it's more like to ransomware or enterprise because the targets is hardened. But for like phishing, it's like the supply chains. And for the credential theft, this happen in SMEs and underserved communities or soft targets. For example, like the elder people, like you call and then, oh, this is your son. I need 1 million rupiah, something like that. And then, oh, are you sure? So what's the name of my son? And what is it? And then the elderly said, oh, this is my son name is, for example, Aji. And then, oh yes, it's Aji. Aji need 1 million. Then something like that. So it's really easy for underserved and SMEs community to be, yeah, it's not that much for like, for example, $100. But if it's like 100 people, 100 underserved people and 100 people from SMEs, it can be multiplied by more than that. That's why they prefer like, it's maybe like a little bit money, but if it's too much, so it's too much too. So yeah, next. So the security gap. So basically in basic measure adopted, yes. For example, like now we have antivirus already, like Windows Defender. It's already embedded on the laptop. Firewalls too. Yeah, if you don't use VPN and so on, okay. Basic access control, we have the user login and so on. But for more advanced measure laking for SMEs is like multi-factor authentication, especially when the SMEs using platform, they don't have biometrics. For if you use Shopee and you have your store on Shopee platform, but you don't have any kind of multi-factor authentications, well, if breach happen, but you don't have that, yeah, it's really, how is it? It's really give a high risk. So this MFA and staff security training is critical for stopping ransomware. Next.
Next, please.
Yeah, so the structure pillars of SMEs, vulnerability, the resource constraints, cybersecurity investment are deprioritized, and skill deficit, awareness access, but action doesn't, because, you know, maybe SMEs focus on operational, so yeah, they don't really think it complicated, it's complex things, and the technical debt, so reliance on consumer grade tools, unsuitable for business. So for example, rather than using their own domain name system, or just use another, you know, another platform, not their own domain, something like that. So that's why. So this make the cycle of vulnerability. Next, I need to give pause. So, and for like the underserved people, so for example, the rural populations, yeah, the digital payment fraud. So basically, because they are not really tech savvy, but now we need to transfer the money online, everything. So they need to do that. And sometimes the rural farmers, for example, don't understand they only know how to, you know, plant the carrots, plant the cassava, and so on. So basically, they ask their, you know, their son or their you know, their staff to please control all the financial thingy. But basically, it's the owner money, something like that. And the low income earners, so the trade is social engineering and identity theft. And I'm sure that even though we are, I believe that you're like digital savvy, but I believe one of you met the, you know, kind of this social engineering thingy, like email phishing and so on, and click something. So yeah, it can be happen to us. And also women. So as you know that maybe like in Indonesia itself, so women are still, how is it? Maybe not mandatory workers. That the workers, we depend on the husband, something like that. So it's still, you know, maybe the awareness is not that much because they are not digital savvy than the man, something like that. So that's why it's also it's from UN sources. Next. Yeah, so it's the methodology. Next. Yeah, can be next. So we introduced the new framework, so inclusive cybersecurity. So not only the technical infrastructure, we don't talk about firewall encryption, not only like that, but we need the social inclusion. We need the social nuances into the human-centric, like society 5.0, and also the grassroots governance or the community-led resilience. So to form this inclusive cybersecurity, simply we use two strategic dimension for this policy can be, you know, can be realized. First, regulatory coherence, and the second, inclusive capacity building. Next. So the first is so shift the burden from the user to the ecosystem, especially they have a lot of money to maintain their platform. So the first is basically no public funding for digital transformation without security protocol. Of course, risk-based, but please also use security protocols, especially when you know, funding for the digital transformation. So we are not only inclusion, but we forgot about the protection. And cybersecurity must be prosecuted, and funding to targeted localized training, because usually the training is only in, for example, Jakarta and capital city, but how about the other, you know, 40-ish regions in Indonesia that happen, right? And then mandate privacy by design, security by default, and reduce reliance on SMEs configuring consumer-grade tools. So I think some of the e-commerce already, you know, using the privacy by design, and they enforce it. So I think like, I don't know whether the, like for example, Shopee or Tokopedia have the enforcement for the MFA or not. So, but it's better for the, you know, the greater platform to provide to, you know, this thing. And the last one is SME onboarding, so integrated security toolkits for new digital business. I really agree with Jin, said that law is law if it's not implemented. Law is just, you know, like piece of papers. So I hope that, you know, the governments or also the, you know, the multi-stakeholder not only talking about law, but also how to implement it, like make the toolkits, make the guidance, and share it, advocate. Because policy, if it's policy, but we don't advocate for policy, it doesn't have the function. Next.
Okay, 2 minutes left.
Yes. And yeah, this one, youth lead initiative, open source toolkits, peer networks. Okay, next. Maybe next one. Yeah, it's really interesting because when I said securing the margins and cyber, so 3 hours drive from here, there's a Baduy tribes, inner Baduy tribes in Indonesia. So back then, government would like to give, I would like to give internet to all over Indonesia, but this inner Baduy reject modern technology because of their strict ancestral rules. So they asked the government, please cut off my internet because I don't want it, right? And what government do? Because when you say that, oh, internet is digital right, digital right is human rights, but it's not happening here because right to be forgotten is also, you know, it's also our rights. For example, like what happened in Inner Baduy. So what government did is really, cut the internet. So there's a tower of internet at, near the place, but because of the Inner Baduy tribes, really, you know, we would like to respect our, you know, our cultures, especially with community. That's why when we came to inclusive cybersecurity, even in the toolkits, we need to translate even to the local languages, especially so many languages in Indonesia. Even, I think some of you, your first language is even not Indonesian language, it's regional language. So that's why I think we need to consider some of, you know, some of the awareness training program that more like localized rather than only centralized. So that's why when we talk about secure the margin, it's not only about the, encryption and so on, but in this case it's happened, like it's only 3 hours drive from here, and you will find the place that you cannot use your phone, you cannot use everything digital, and even you cannot use your shoes. So if you come to Jakarta and you see there's a people not using shoes, it's not because they don't have money, no. Some of them is from the tribes. So basically they want to have a simple life. Yeah, they try to connect it with the, you know, nature. So that's it. Can you come back again? Yeah, that's it. So I hope that my presentation can be, useful. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from anyone?
Okay, well, thank you very much for your great presentation. So before I will ask about your research, so my name is Susilo. I'm currently working as an educator. So as we know that SMES is not only how we can educate them in like tools or digital technology or whatever, because like as we know that we have a lot of SMES in Indonesia especially. And wait. So as we know that the cybersecurity gap is a serious problem because, you know, like small business growth fast, but do not have enough protections, right? So my question is, how do government not give enough support to protect small business from cyber risk? What do you think about that? Thank you very much.
So I will answer, it's like kind of political diplomatics, but I would say that if government cannot supply more helps to the SMEs and so on, at least they can gather the industry or the big the big companies to support. And we know that the political nuances in Indonesia is, yeah, we know already. I will not say. And the priority of the country and also our high level making decisions. But what we can do, of course, for example, like me, I really love to create the localized toolkits or whatsoever, so it can reach the underserved communities, especially, yeah, it's better to, there's a lot of Japanese speaker, right? So I would like to create the toolkits in Java language, or in Minang language, or in Sunda, or in Batang. And I think it's the simple thing that we can have the initiative. But yeah, I think we also can do the no viral, no justice. So do the viral things so government can take it seriously. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from other participants? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. So right now I'm doing an AI engineer, but before that I have to be the kind of the white hacker for the banking company before. So my question, I'm not sure that it related to your topic or not, but anyway we'll ask. As my experience as a white hacker, sometimes for the cyber attack, sometimes it's not happen because of the stable application or small business. Sometimes it happen because of the user behavior. So we have to train not only for the small business or business something, but sometimes we have to train for the user. For example, that happened in my journey. I developed for the banking security system, and one day the user that they will install the malware application, that kind of the fake bank app into their mobile phone, and then say they install everything and they got hacked, and they say that, hey, your bank system is not secure, and they post on the Facebook that, hey, this bank system is not secure, and everyone on the Facebook and say that this bank is not secure, don't use this app, go to another bank. So do you have recommendations for this, for improving maybe cyber strategy for the user, not only for the business side?
So basically, cybersecurity, like I said, it's not technical silo. It has a social. That's why I put the social engineering things. And even it can happen to us. Even we receive a phishing email, right? Like someone who want to give us $1 million, and then I want to go to Indonesia, but I need to secure the fund and something like that. Again, for the users itself, for training for cybersecurity, it cannot happen once. Basically, or in a better way, it's always happen continuously. Like for example, once a month, or twice a month. But what happened in SMEs and underpreserved, for big company, they have fun. They have the fun, or they have the money to do the continuous training, awareness training. But for SMEs, what they need is, I need more. I need to get the money. I need the markets, the point of sale. That's what happened. So that's why it's really good for for example, the government or even the big industry or big platform that orchestrator as an orchestrator of the SMEs can also help. For example, like okay, you have for the platform, they provide the MFA, multi-factor authentication. So it's not even the 2FA right now, it's MFA. Like you have if you know that there's a Windows Authenticator or Google Authenticator, and even you have a biometrics and then the password. So many layers, because to prevent the ransomware and the malware things, and yeah. So that's why the training, it's not once a month. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question myself. Maybe this one is just a suggestion. So have you ever heard about IT governance framework, IT security framework, maybe you could try to apply those kind of frameworks into society or group of people, because basically they are frameworks for organization, right?
Yeah.
Business organizations. Maybe you could try to apply that for like common group of people.
There is some of like, for example, like NIST, like identify, prevent, protect, and so NIST, ISO. But I think if we mention like specific things, even in regulation, they don't mention it really clearly, like what standardization of security, like whether it's ISO, NIST, or but I think DPIA, it's very important, data protection impact assessment, because it's related to data, not only the data, but how you process, how your algorithm, and so on. So I think, yeah, for suggesting the SMEs, I will take that suggestion, because sometimes the SME don't have any knowledge about that, so maybe they can adapt like one of the prevention measure, for example, like NIST or ISO. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and thank you for the great discussions. Okay, let's give her applause. Let's move to the last presenter of this session. I invite Silene. Silene, okay. Silene is going to present his paper. The title is a naive Bayes classifier for spam detection, an experimental study on performance metrics and feature selections. Silene, you may start your presentation.
Okay, so hello everyone. I am Silene J. Sabio, or you can call me Silene, and I'm here to present one of my research papers, which is on the naive Bayes classifier for spam detection. This is just an experimental study on the performance metrics and feature selection based on my training set of about more than thousands of emails. Okay, so just to give an overview, compared to the last two speakers, I will be focusing on more technical parts, but no worries, I'm here to explain every part of the research that I did. Okay. Next slide. Is this working? Okay, so for the objectives of this research, I have three. First is to build a naive Bayes classifier for using Laplace smoothing and logarithmic probability to accurately categorize emails into ham. Ham means legitimate emails, or spam, which is the bad one, spam emails. Second is to evaluate how varying lambda values and isolating the top 200 informative words impact the model's efficiency and accuracy. This is the part where I test the methodology of Laplace smoothing with other methodologies, such as just bumping the data on the top 200 words for feature selection. And the last is to measure the classifier's effectiveness using precision, recall, and F1 scores, specifically focusing on reducing the false positives that cause users to miss legitimate correspondence. Okay, so for my co-fellows who are from the non-technical field, I'll just present what the naive Bayes classifier is about first, so we are all on the same page. Okay, again, so I'll explain first what the naive Bayes classifier is for those who are experts in the non-technical field. Okay, so firstly, what is the naive-based classifier? The naive-based classifier is a sorting tool that uses probability. So probability is the main thing that we measure here to guess whether an email is spam. So spam emails, we are all familiar what spam emails are about, or ham, which is what we call for the legitimate emails. These are the emails that you want to actually get. Okay, so it basically asks, based on what I've seen so far, how likely is it that an email containing those specific words is spam? So for example, you're receiving an email from a certain user. How do you predict that that email is spam or a legitimate email? Okay. And here we have the word naive. Why is it called naive? It's because we are learning or treating every word as if it has a different meaning or nothing to do with the other. So for example, here we have an example. The words of bank and account, they usually come together. But in naive-based classifier, they are treated separately, even though they usually appear together in a phishing email. Okay? So why the naive-based classifier? Because it has a reputation of being fast and effective in catching common spam patterns. It goes through the following process. First is that it learns through thousands of emails first. So you have to train the algorithm first. And then you calculate the probability score for each word. And then after learning and calculating, the scores are added, and whether the spam score is higher, then the algorithm assigns that email as whether spam or ham. Okay? So now, moving forward with the background and introduction, why did I do this in the first place? It's because we all face the issue of fraudsters moving beyond simple junk to credible high-pressure phishing attempts. I think as time goes by, it gets more difficult and more difficult to distinguish whether an email is legitimate or actually spam. Okay, it's getting more difficult nowadays to detect scammers, and actually scammers have a like a technique of putting some sense of urgency into their victims. So for example, when they're trying to hack your accounts, your financial accounts, they want you to click a link as fast as some number of seconds or some number of minutes, so that you get panic and then you don't think of any action in the next periods of time. And then, as an effect, our problem becomes high volumes of unsolicited mail overwhelm users. So when you're getting pressured to click some link, you get overwhelmed, and then it makes it difficult for you to differentiate whether your email is legitimate correspondence from malicious attacks. And we also have some timely issue from the Philippines, the Philippine context. Based on the Philippines, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas is the central bank of the Philippines and the Department of Justice. We have what we call already a smishing and spam epidemic, where millions of Filipinos are targeted and significant financial losses are reported across diverse demographics. So we some victims can go from young to even the old generation. So for example, in one of the issues in the Philippine companies we call GCash, in May 2023, we had a phishing incident affecting over 1,000 GCash users. This amounts to about 37 million pesos, which is around USD 600,000. So that's how much they lost to suspicious transactions flag. And as a result, the CICC, which is the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, are now prioritizing ICT enabled solutions to supplement regulatory effects. And one of those is to detect whether an email or a message you get is legitimate or not. So as a goal, we want to implement some specific algorithm we call the naive-based classifier, optimized for email text categorization. So now that we discussed the background, let's go to the methodology, which is composed of 4 main parts. So these are some snippets of the code that I wrote. This is not all of the code, these are just some parts. The first methodology is data pre-processing. So we have here cleaning the data first. I have processed about, again, thousands of emails that I got, both legitimate and spam. So I have to pre-process them first such that I remove the noise, including punctuation, numbers, and HTML tags, because we only want to associate an email by their alphabetic words. And then there's also what we call Latin 1 encoding to detect non-standard characters. The second part of the methodology is on training. We have 2 parts in training. First is lapless smoothing, which is adding every word count to that appears in the test set but not in the training set. The second part is logarithmic scaling. So logarithmic scaling works such that it prevents numerical underflow. Remember that naive Bayes classifier uses probability, but for those words that appear too little or too few, we want to avoid very small amounts of numbers. And the solution to that is logarithmic scaling, because we want to feed the computer something reasonable but also representative of the small number of words associated with that probability. The third and fourth parts, next slide. Okay. The third part is where the decision making enters. So here, if the final score for spam is higher than the score for ham, which is again the legitimate email, then the algorithm assigns spam to that email. But otherwise, it assigns ham. So here we have the actual sorting part based on the calculations that was done earlier. And then the last part is evaluation, meaning we want to evaluate how good our algorithm performed based on precision, recall, and F1 score. Precision is actually computing for the positives and then true positives, recall, and F1 score is finding a balance between precision and recall. So here's that part, the evaluation part. For the results, so here's the results. We have first the true positives, the number of spam caught for all of the email that we got. We caught about 7,348 spam emails. For the true negatives, we have allowed around 3,729 ham emails. These are the legitimate emails. Whereas for the false data, starting with the false positives, we have 110 ham blocked. This means that the algorithm blocked about 110 legitimate emails. And then for the false negatives, it leaked about 160 spam emails. Now to summarize all of these, we have the baseline metrics. So you can see the F1 score of 0.9820, which is quite high, meaning that our model performed well. As you can see, the spam caught and the ham allowed were greater than those who were mistaken for ham blocked and spam leaks. So we still have work to do in order for this to be more precise, but overall, our model worked well with the F1 score of 0.9820. And just to see how it performs over different figures of lambda, we performed lambda smoothing. So what can we observe here is that as lambda decreases, the F1 score also improves, meaning that as lambda decreases, our model works better. Okay? Again, lambda smoothing is about trying to insert some buffer to those of the to your data so that it has some amount of buffer associated for each word that you want to identify with either spam or ham. Okay, so what can we learn from these figures is that as lambda decreases, again the amount of smoothing decreases, the model becomes more sensitive to rare specific words. Now this may sound good to some degree, but that is without comparison. So I compared this methodology to another methodology which is on feature selection. What I did is I selected the top 200 words for spam and ranked by informative score, meaning that I ranked them on how much they appeared. And these are some of the words that are associated with spam. Okay? There's some what we call theory, Hubbles theory, where neutral words like the or to that appear equally in both classes were removed. So after they were removed, the result is, so as you can see here, we have 100% recall. That may sound good because this means that since we are looking at the top 200 words, all spam emails were caught. But if you see the precision, we have about lower precision, which is 0.6568, meaning that the model got paranoid and it misclassified a large number of legitimate emails as spam because they lacked a broader vocabulary, meaning the algorithm focused on detecting spam that it forgot to classify some legitimate emails correctly, or it became too paranoid to classify some legitimate emails correctly. Okay, and this is in line with Hubbles research that attribute selection improves recall but can sacrifice precision if the vocabulary is too restricted. Now for my conclusion, why is the methodology of Laplace smoothing, lambda smoothing better? This is because for government agencies like the Central Bank of the Philippines, while we want to 100% focus on detecting spam emails, we may neglect detecting legitimate emails because a 0.65 precision is actually unacceptable for public service because we may miss some official emails or legitimate emails that is important. So while a 100% catch rate in spam emails is great, that's great, the drop in precision to 65% means that 1 out of every 3 emails flagged as spam would actually be legitimate. Okay? In an industrial or governmental setting, that error rate is actually too high for user trust. So this further proves that the lambda smoothing is still most effective because we have the best mathematical optimization at lambda equals 0.005. And just for future research, I think I just want to mention that maybe I can focus on word pairs to capture more context next time and improve my model. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations. We are now in the Q&A. Okay.
Hello, Silene. My name is Kenneth. I'm from Pradita University. My first question is that based on your confusion matrix, you had 7,508 as the actual positives and 3,739 as the actual negatives. And this is class imbalance, right? Did you put any strategies to prep the data to make the classes balanced to prevent overfitting due to noise?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
So because the actual positives are 7,508
Yeah.
and actual negatives were 3,739, because of this imbalance, did you implement any class balancing strategies?
Oh, actually, yeah, but I'm still currently working on that. But one thing I am currently exploring is through expanding my data set such that both spam and ham are correctly or balanced or equally represented.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any questions from other participants?
Hi, Celine. So my question is like, what is the source of the emails? Like you said that you made sure that both ham and spam are equally represented. So how do you ensure that? Because like from raw data, I can't ensure pre-hand that it will be spam or ham. So after performing analysis only, then you can determine. So how did you ensure that they are equally represented beforehand?
That's actually one extension of my research that I want to expand my data set because, as mentioned earlier, there's still an imbalance right now. Currently, there's about 7,000 spam and 3,000 for the legitimate emails. But as for your the other part of your question, the source, this is actual emails we got that had the consent of trying to feed it into the algorithm.
Okay, so you got it from the users? You made
It's
people
university property actually. So we got it from the resources of my university. So it got through the proper data collecting process. I'm not really sure on the details about that, but it's in the research of my university.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Any questions?
Mabuhay, thank you so much for your presentation. Sorry if I missed anything. I'm not sure that your detection set work only for English email or not.
Yes, only English.
Do you have like future plan for implementing in other languages like Filipino, Chinese, or other languages?
Yeah, that's actually one thing I'm currently exploring. Also the Filipino emails, especially for like text messages that we got, because that's the main issue that GCash faced. But right now, just English first.
Okay, any more questions?
Just to add, generally though, the model works such that it detects the number of words usually associated with spam emails. So if most of the spam emails are in Filipino or in any other language and it detects this word to be associated with most of the spam emails, it can work with any other language that is being fed into the algorithm.
Okay, sorry, I want to ask a question. So regarding your research is about using naive Bayes, right? Naive Bayes.
Yes.
And you fit the data without any transformation in the data input, right? So for example, if the email itself includes by and the by label as the spam. So if for example, if I want to make my email not classified as spam, so I could just type b.u.y and it's gonna what is called like it will not it will not guard it, right? Or yeah, is there any future plan or something?
The first step is always pre-processing, but if you're talking about legitimate emails with typographical errors, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
It may be misclassified, but the thing is, if those instances are marginal or little, there's little frequency on the typographical errors, because the model works such that it uses probabilities. If there's a low probability that the email classifies it based on the typographical errors, then that won't be so much of an issue. But in the future, yeah, I can explore how to treat typographical errors such that they won't be fed into the algorithm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's the last questions for these sessions.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give her applause. Thank you for the nice presentations, and I hope you could continue the discussion later on in the coffee break. So next, we will have a coffee break for about like 30 minutes, and please come back promptly so we could stay on track on the next sessions. Okay, thank you. Berapa menit?
the best in Indonesia is the Good Neighbors Indonesia, or localist name is the Gugah Nurani Indonesia. Okay, let me start. So first, maybe little bit short brief about the what kind of the Good Neighbors Indonesia or Gugah Nurani Indonesia. Next, please. Okay, cool. Gugah Nurani Indonesia is the one of the organizations, NGOs or non-profit organization that making in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. So our focus in the SDGs, some of the point of the SDGs, and we are the partner of the Good Neighbors Internationals, and Good Neighbors Indonesia have established 2004 in the Aceh flood, Aceh tsunami, sorry, and we are focused on the community development projects that we have like you can see. This is the area of our community development project in the Kalimantan, Sumatra, Java, and NTT in some part of the South Sulawesi Islands. And we will do it in the Papua too soon. And our focus in the 5 things or issues is the education, access and quality, and child protection and well-being. And the third is health, wash and nutrition, and economic empowerment and families and communities. And the last one that we now try to interventions in the environmental issues. And through the community-based and participatory approach, we focus on the human centers, not just like the top-down issues. No, we come with the what kind of the community needs, and after that we can propose the project to them. And then now we come to the what kind of the paper that I made. So I start with the what issues come from the youth in Endrekang, especially for the social economic reality of youth in Endrekang. So we have 4 things in here. First, about 10.73% of the populations live in the Endrekang is the under poverty line. And this is one of the regions in the higher level of the poverty in South Sulawesi, maybe number 1 and number 2. And the second one, the only 8.7% of residents have completed tertiary educations. 22% is the finished senior high school, and 16% finished only primary schools. And you can guess just how many percent that got the bachelor or even master and the doctoral degree. And another thing about the low unemployment. Even the low unemployment, just 1.5%, this makes widespread of the informal and low quality youth employment. And the last but not least, the young population or youth potential is not matched by access to quality job skills or markets, especially in digital sector or digital entrepreneurships. And little bit explanation about the Endrekang. Endrekang Regency is the predominantly, next. The Endrekang Regency is the predominantly mountainous and rural area in South Sulawesi. So the area is the mountain area. So maybe there are so many limited, like the access and especially for the transportations, because mostly the youth, even the childrens, when they want to go to school, they will be by walk, something like that. So they are focus on the economic, largely dependent on the agriculture and the small local trade too, and the limited access between village and urban, because the capital city of South Sulawesi is Makassar. From Endrekang to Makassar is around like more than like 200 kilometers. So we need like 6 until 7 hours to Makassar. It's totally far. Okay. Next, little bit about the literature overview and bibliometric analysis that I use to see the gap, what kind of the project and what kind of the things that I wanna find to give some of the best practice or good practice in this project. First, youth entrepreneurship research mainly focus on entrepreneurship educations, entrepreneurial intention, and employment. You can see based on the author analysis, my analysis in the first viewer, one of the software, to see the gap between around like 50 articles in the Scopus to see the gap between what kind of the things in the research focus or the keywords in the entrepreneurship related to youth. And then third is about the group business incubation is rarely examined as a youth empowerment strategy, and especially in the local or the rural context. And then the evidence from Indonesia, because I start with the locally Endrekang in Indonesia case, that business incubation are reduce the startup barriers and improve the business sustainability. And the last, this study I try to address the gap that examining group business incubation in Endrekang as the case study took a 1-year youth empowerment programs that I will show what kind of the programs happen. Next, please. So before that, the methodology that I use maybe is quite different with some of the research approach. Maybe we have like quantitative or qualitative research, but because I use the project and I try to analyze what kind of the project affect to the youth or not, as the beneficiaries, they are like participatory of the action research and the community-based development that I use. And I'm more focused on the analyze the process, the output, because before this project happened, we have the log frame. Log frame is the logical framework nationals, and then we're going to the outcome to the output to the detailed activity, and the sub of the activity. And we try to analyze the staging of the program. This program have the 6 schedule stage, 6 steps. First is we start with the socialization and baseline to around like 156 youth, and after that, we want to know about the what kind of the entrepreneurs' interest by the youth, perception of the business environment, and the readiness for the entrepreneurship. And then we selected like 69 youth. It's not like a good words actually, 69, but we select based on what their interest about the entrepreneurship, especially about the digital entrepreneurship too. And the program continued to the entrepreneurship and digital skills training. This is the main focus. After we do baseline, after we select the best participants, after that, we give the training. Actually, the pattern is almost same with us in the APNG, but it's the local perspective, not international perspective. So we training them with around like 7 weeks, focus on a lot material about the entrepreneurship and digital skills training, but please don't expect the digital skills training is like the higher level, because we just start with the digital literacy and digital promotions, because this is the basic that the youth need based on our baseline. So everything that we start, we must do the baseline first. What kind of the function of baseline to understand what the leveling of the youth now. I think it's kind of like before we wanna give something to the persons, you need to know that what kind of your level now, what kind of your perspective now. After that, we can get what they want, what they need. Okay. And after that, we give the training. We have the group-based business incubations. It's around like 3 months. Why 3 months? Because we give the chance to discuss. Because we focus not personal business, it's group business. So they need to, share each other. So like, I have interest with the farming livestock business. Can we join with one group or what? So after that, we train to them to practice making the proposal, and the proposal they will give to us, and we will select what kind of the best proposal, and then we give the seed funding. So it's not just finish with the training. We give the funding too to start the business too. And next, this is the result of the program output. So I'm not come with the program outcome, because why? Because as you know, like when we wanna understand the outcome of the project or programs, it takes time. Outcome is the last part of the project. Like, okay, my outcome is there are the increased income of the youth after we give training, after we give the funding. But for now, until now, because the program just started last year, we just finished in the output first. The output have 3 things. So baseline the conditions, they have the low initial entrepreneurship interest. It's based on the baseline. Survey from 156 youth show that first, entrepreneurial interest is relatively low. And then second, majority prioritize the formal education or salary jobs. They don't want to doing entrepreneurship things. And 3, local business environment perceived it as less supportive. These 3 things is combined, like the environment issues, the personal issues, and then what kind of the things that they have interest. However, the interest significantly increased when training and capacital support are introduced. So we try to, okay, we know that you guys know interest of the business, but how can we give you training and we give you funding? Oh yeah, the interest is increased. Okay, after that we will give you. And then second is about the capacity improvement through training. This is the main things. 69 that I said before, selected for participants. Then what the key improvement observed that we got from the training? First, better understanding of the entrepreneur mindset. This one is first, because we want to increase the motivation first before they do or they did the training, they did the entrepreneurs things. And second, ability to identify the local economic potentials. We want they know that, okay, in the globe, so many entrepreneur idea, but please come with the local patterns first. Why? Because you start in the local, so you must be, understand your local area first, and then the improve basic skills in what? In financial management and then digital promotions. So that's why we combine the entrepreneurship and digital literacy too. And last, the highlight engagement during discussion and group exercise. We just don't want to, okay, I want to do business, but they don't want to collaborate. We will cut them, because we need the collaboration in here. And then another outputs of group best is the business incubations. After the train, we give the best business incubations around 3 months. We focus on to strengthen 3 things: innovation capacity, second, use of digital platform to promotion and sales, and then the business networking and peer support. And the last things that the result with the 5 youth lead business group established. And each group operates with the shared roles and collective decision making, and until now we're still monitoring them. Okay, next. After the results, some of the discussions come up based on the results. 3 things of the discussion. First, the group incubations as an effective youth empowerment strategy. Why? First, the collective incubations reduce first the fear of failure. If they do start the business individually, there are so many fear come from them. But if they're making group, yeah, they can share the fear, something like that. And after that, the entry barriers for first-time entrepreneurs, because they need the experience and they need this process. And then the pre-learning and shared responsibility. They have the improve the confidence, commitment, and business sustainability. And we want this business sustainability happen to them. And the last one, the support empowerment, not only the economically, but also the socially. So even they have the increase of the economic, but they must be, have the feel to help each other, something like that. And this is aligned with the community-based entrepreneurship and youth empowerment frameworks that we makes in the logical framework too. And the second thing is about the digital integration as a key catalyst. We believe that this one is one of the key catalysts to support the youth, especially for digital tools and even with the limited skills and limited infrastructure in their area. And this confirms that digital entrepreneurship is viable in rural context when supported by the incubations too. And the last thing, from training to real enterprise. So we not just give them training, we want to give them the experience how to start the entrepreneurship business. So we believe in our program, this is not like to translate the learning, but into the action too. And then after we made the formation of the youth business group, this showed that first, incubation bridges the gap between the capacity building and implementation, because this will be happen when we do the incubation business. After we didn't give the funding, they will be stopped. But if we give the funding, we monitoring them and we mentoring and monitoring, it will be more sustained. And the last one, empowerment becomes practical, not symbolic. This is our belief. It's not just symbolic. This is the empowerment things. And okay, next. About the conclusions, we come to the conclusions. First, there are 5 conclusions in here. First, group-based business incubation is effective. It's empowering youth at local level. We believe this. And second, training, mentoring, and seed funding increase youth readiness to start the business. And the third, digital tools help expand market access despite local limitation. Even, actually, we have many evaluation in this space, okay? And the fourth, peer learning and collaboration strengthen the confidence and innovations. And the last but not least, 5 youth-led business group demonstrate tangible program outputs, and until now, we're still mentoring and monitoring them. And for the next, for the next step that we need to improve, because we have the limitation and future development too. First, results are based on the short-term descriptive program data, because this is still in the short program, so we need to improve again. And the second, long-term business sustainability has not yet measured, because it's just 1 year in the previous last year. So we need control again like this year and the next 2027. And the third, limited digital infrastructure and technology is one of our challenges in NRECANG. And the fourth, market linkage beyond local are still weak. This is another challenges too. And the last, stronger collaboration with government, private sector, and academia is needed. We can say multi-stakeholders, collaborative governance, and others. And this is just one of our success story. You can see, and you can read. Next, sorry. Yeah, this is one of our success story. 2 examples of the groups. There are some perspective from the business incubation, another perspective the digital entrepreneurship. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentations. Let's move to the Q&A session. Okay.
Hello, my name is Kenneth. I have actually 3 questions, but I'm going to ask a couple just to give the others chances. First of all, when you say youth-led innovations, what age group falls within youth? Yeah. And how many youths in NRECANG Region C fall under that category?
Okay.
And would you like to answer first?
Yeah,
or?
let me answer first. I have the short memory. Sorry. Okay. First, actually, we have the definition of the youth is a lot. WHO have another definitions. Even for our country have another definition, right? But for us, Good Neighbors Indonesia, we have our definition of the youth. We have the limitations. We must be stuck with the limitation because what we cannot intervention all things. So we have our limitations. We just call the youth is the under of 25. Okay. And the seconds, what kind of the seconds?
Oh, I haven't asked yet.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Cool.
So the second question is, your goal to develop this program is to have a long-term business sustainability, right?
Correct.
So once you reach that, do you plan to expand the framework or the business sustainability program used for Enrekang, but it's used in other regencies or cities? And if so, you want to expand, which would be your first target and why?
Okay. Actually, it's the good questions because it will be talking about our internal information too.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, actually, it's not a pilot project. Actually, we already implement this program in all of our community development project. Just informations, we have 9. We have 9 community development project, South Sulawesi, in the Nusa Tenggara Timur, Java, Jogja, Yogyakarta, Jakarta, Batavia, and even in the Sumatra and Kalimantan. But they have the different logical framework, different outcome, different outputs, and will be different activity. So we can expand this one, but not all. Some of the key best practice. Actually, we can share 2 things, right, guys? If this project good practice or best practice. Good practice maybe it's just like short term, but best practice will be the best things that we have the one cycle program, maybe like take until 5 years. But for these things, maybe we can expand, but not all of the things because we need to understand the local value and the local wisdom too about the area, and after that we can expand that one. Okay,
thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Susila. I'm from Indonesia. So actually, one of the crucial issues in NGO is about the funding systems, right? Because I did, and you mentioned it about like you will give it like the fund and training program.
Yeah.
So my first question is, where did you get it the fund? That's the first question.
Okay.
And the second question is, let me see it. Okay, you mentioned it about a lot of program in your NGOs communities. So how to solve it, like how to address in every program and which one is working well? Because for me, I think when we want to create a NGO, so for instance, like one program, it's still having to struggle it to maximize it, right? So you have a lot of program, and then including education, health, probably mental health, and at this area. So which one now it's still working, and which one is not working well?
Okay.
Just it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Another questions that want to information about our internal. Okay. Okay, first questions is about where's we got the fundings. As I explained before, we are from Good Neighbors. Good Neighbors International is based in Korea, and even in Taiwan, and even in the 50 country. So there are 2 things: the Good Neighbors as a donor country, and the second. Actually, it's just short explanations. Maybe it's information for how the NGOs working too. First, they are the host country, who will be the donor country, and they are like who will got the fundings. Mostly, like the global South country, like Indonesia, some of the Southeast Asians, in the Bangladesh, India, and others. So we got the funding from our host country, like Good Neighbors International, and many donors, like Rotary, the Rotary organization, they always open the proposal. So we can make the proposal and give it to them, and after that we got the project. And even like MOFA Taiwan, Minister of Foreign Affairs, they have opened the proposal too, and we give the project to them, and after that they accept, they give to us the funding. So actually, in the international way, there are a lot of opportunity to get the fundings. Even USAID already, Yeah, because I know there are so many local NGO depend on the US aid, but actually in the another country still have many opportunities to gather funding from the donors. Yeah. Okay, that's first question. And the second question, actually all of the programs still working. Still working. Educations, health, economic, and environment. Why? Because our core values is how to fulfill the child rights, or our vision is child rights and fulfillment, and community empowerment. So this is our focus, child rights and fulfillment. So all of the cross-sector, economy, health, education, is the three sectors that are very priority, and we focus on the child rights and fulfillment. So that's why. And this still working. Because why? We have I said before, like log frame. Logical framework is for 5 years. It's the one cycle. And then we move to another cycle. We have another logical framework. We want to continue with the previous, or we have some of the evaluations. Because as I said before, we have baseline. As you know, before we start something, project, we have baseline. Baseline to understand what condition happen in our beneficiaries. And then end line. And then after we intervention project, what can happen? There have the improvement or not. And after finish the end line, there are so many data based on what our monitoring and evaluation learning department. And then we will come up with another logical framework for another 5 years with that data. Okay, that's the short explanation from the process. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentations. We already got 4 questions.
Okay.
So I think it's better to move to
Thank
the
you.
next
Thank you,
presenter. Thank you very much. Okay, I invite the next presenter, Chandan Kumarsa. He's going to present his paper with the title Understanding Uncertainty in Machine Learning.
I hope this will work. Yeah, it's working, perfect. So hi, good evening guys. I hope you are not sleepy after a long and tired day. So before I begin, I would love to ask you one question. If you don't use AI, raise your hand. That means everyone use AI. If you use ChatGPT, raise your hand. Okay, perfect. 80% of, I guess 100% of using ChatGPT, isn't it? So yeah, myself, Chandan, but you can also call me Rocky. From 6 years old, my name is Rocky, yeah. And I'm from Nepal, and I'm living in China and also working in China. Right now, I'm a PhD researcher at Beihang University in Beijing. It's the capital of China. And yeah, my research background is really diverse. 3 years ago, I used to work in like autonomous vehicles. And because it's also a little bit related. And right now, I'm working like, it's been like 2 years, AI safety. Do you know why? Because every waking hour, there is a new AI. Like if you wake up tomorrow, just yesterday launched, upgraded to AI, Cloudy and OpenAI. There is a very fast race, you know. But big company like OpenAI or Gork, we can say either DeepSeek, they forgot to care about uncertainty. The safety, what is measured for the user, being on in every diverse software engineering problems. So yeah, today I'm gonna let you understand what is uncertainty and what we are doing right now. It's more like concept research rather than like experiment research because we are from various background. So yeah. And yeah, thanks for joining us. It's really appreciated. And in this research, there is like some content that may be harm, but it's solo for research purpose only. Yeah. So I would love to ask you a question. Like, can we teach a model to recognize when it doesn't know the answer? What do you think, guys? Can we? Can? Okay, thank you for answer. Can? But as a human being, like to our kids or junior or senior, we can teach them what is not existing, right? Isn't it? That's how our parents teach us, our teacher teach us, isn't it? To be a more critical thinking. But in contents of AI, we can teach. But it's what is caused like overthinking. Over smart, overconfident. That is called uncertainty. That's why I asked this question. I hope you understand very clearly. So here I just explain, yeah. So if you see the green line, it trains on, a large amount of data to reduce uncertainty. I mean, many, like if you see especially Gemini is from Google, they have various, the biggest data in this Earth planet. They control all of your data because we use Google, isn't it? Once you go in Google source, you are cooked. They get all your data. So Google have the highest amount of data, and what they did, they trained to reduce the uncertainty or unfairness, but they still have. It doesn't mean like if you have a lot of data and train the model, you will reduce uncertainty. No, it just still cause uncertainty. We can say no huge amount of data can reduce uncertainty. So reduce uncertainty, I will explain later. So yeah, there's a lot of motivation and research problem behind this. Let me show you. Either you go in a programming language like a simple box can destroy a stock market within one night. Or simple box can cause health problem. Like we live a life of autonomous. Like for example, when we are taking a flight from our country to here, do you think pilot used to drive all the time? No, there is autonomous. They only used to monitor it. So a simple mistake in software engineering in those applications can cause the big damage in human being, isn't it? Or either in healthcare, like there's a lot of robotics. Maybe, I don't know about Indonesia, but in continent of China, 50% of healthcare is conducted by robots. Either it's big surgery, doctor used to just monitorize. Doctor used to command them like, okay, this is the patient and you have to prepare all the instruments, like a lot of knives, A simple mistake of engineer, like software engineering or programmer, can cause a big health damage in the patient. Just imagine some person got in a hospital and robot did surgery. It's all things happen because of uncertainty. Why? Because not all of our body, like for example, I don't know, maybe 178. Yeah. So my heart size or my stomach size is different from those who are taller than me or shorter than me. But based on the robotic model, they train in the same data. In robotic eyes, A for apple and B for ball. But there can be A for a smaller apple, isn't it? So yeah, these are the problem. And also in healthcare on transaction, there is various examples. So just simple mathematics question, GPT-5 cannot solve it. Just can you imagine? And it's climb one of the greatest, AI model alive. And it's also compared like it's a smarter than PhD researcher. It's dumb. Women are more intelligent than AI, I mean to say. Yeah, we train the AI, isn't it? So here is one of the clear, even kids can understand this problem. So we give to LLM model. Cat, do you know cat love fish? And dog loves bones, right? And ML model now, there is a cat, there is a dog, there is fish and bone. They can easily match the flying, right? But if you give them goat, so they don't know what's the model is inside. They don't know goat like grass or other kind of food. So they will pretend overconfidence. They will give the probability. Maybe this is goat. Maybe 0.2% might be cat, or based on their tail or body organs, maybe 0.8% can be dog. That's why I asked the question in the beginning. Can we teach the model to recognize when it doesn't know the answer? So it's really critical, and many big IT tech companies are working on it. And still, they can't teach, but they are working very hard. And we are engineers trying to train more model to be more accurate and not be overconfident. If they don't know the answer, just said, I don't know the answer. But they be overconfident. And there are a lot of accident causes in USA and also in China during the snow time, having the autonomous vehicles. And I have also some 2 years collaboration work before, in China, we have kind of Uber, it's called Titi. So I work with Tsinghua University and Titi in Shenzhen company. So we also there train a lot of model based on AI safety in autonomous vehicles. And either you go in healthcare factors, It's very funny case in Africa. There is one hospital, and they have some problem in the medical instrument, and they saw like in one of the patient's chest have tree. Actually, there are some problem in the instrument, and that patient got very afraid, and because of that reason, he had that did suicide because of wrong information in AI. So this kind of problem, we can save multiple lives in many countries of engineering. So yeah, I already explained this. So to do this work, first, as a researcher, we have to find the problem, isn't it? Software engineering is solving the problem for the people. Like today we use AI. Why use AI? Because it can make our work efficiency more faster. Today we take plane. Why you take plane? Because it can take shorter time. So solving the problem is real software engineering. So we find first problem. So we go through like more than, actually there is like 80, but more than 200 papers till now. And every day, as a PhD researcher, we have to read paper at least 2 papers a day, at least 5 papers in 1 week. And if you want to go for academic, I would love to give you advice to start reading paper now. It's really interesting. It's kind of like hobby, like playing basketball or playing volleyball or swimming. Yeah, for a researcher, yeah, those who have good experience. So we first find the problem, and then we start to solve the problem. So this is the wonderful case study based in like question answering. Like GPT is claimed like one of the smartest model in the world, but their answer got wrong. And other LLM model, even human can solve this, like 8.8 minus 8.11. What's the answer? Who can say? Answer is already here. We can say correct answer. What's the correct answer of this? Do you think the answer is written here is correct? 0.69, or is minus 0.31? Okay, of course we know its correct answer is 0.69. But there is a like advanced LLM model still get wrong answer, right? And based on like other, I already give the risks based on like autonomous vehicles. Like there is a different kind of truck, and if the data is not trained in the LLM model, they recognize like deer or donkey as a truck. So if we train in based on my framework, they will recognize this is not truck, this is like donkey or deer, and they will solve the uncertainty. Then accident won't happen, and people won't suffer from the losing of life. So that's why and this is another example based on the healthcare. And there is various examples like different autonomous driving based on like a snow day, rainy day, because mostly in Tesla had this problem in 2019. During the COVID they fixed this. They recognize like as a shadow as a human being, or as a horse riding as a car, and they had a lot of accidents. And also like when you go underground, and there is a lot of, sometimes if there is a light is turned off, there's also a lot of accidents. And this happened everywhere in the world, especially for autonomous driving. So yeah, so this is the framework we propose. This is the one of the work. It's taken like almost 9 months to 10 months to finish this. So what do we do before is like they input the data and the model, and they measure the uncertainty. But we change something here. We measure the uncertainty, and then we predict again, like it is correct or not. Because LLM can be wrong. It can be overconfident, isn't it? And then if it's reject, you have to go back again and train the model again and measure the uncertainty again and come back again to prediction. And once the answer is right, then only they will return to the yes, it's correct. Then as a human engineer, we have to check the accuracy, like to confirm this result is accurate, so we can submit for the research publication, or like in tech company who has collaboration with our work. And this is one of the example also based on my training data. Like I just tell them like look at the best programming language class in my city in Kathmandu, and without training the data, they give like best programming language class in Seoul is blah, 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 right? And if you train the data, they will go back to the LLM model again, and they will ask the question again, and they will think step by step, like it's called COT, code of training, and then they will finally qualification the answer, what is the correct answer based on it. So this is how we have to solve the problem. There is always any software application is perfect. There is always some bugs, always some errors, always some problem. So we have to always have some opportunity to use more soft case. And this is another example, like before many tech company, they input the data, train the data, LLM architecture like black box, we can say many LLM models. And then based on the algorithm, they test, that's all. They didn't pre-take what is the correct recommendation based on it, or what is the biases. And biases is very important. Biases is close to the uncertainty. And a lot of uncertainty happened because of biases as well. And they also didn't label the noisy data. So this is also one of our another work. And this work we also present in ASC is like one of the biggest conference in software engineering. I'm wearing the t-shirt, yeah. And we got like silver awards, around more than 1,200 participation, yeah. So future work right now, we are building the meta learning with some Hawaii company. And beside that also question answering accuracy, less uncertainty accuracy for a lot of like IT company in Beijing. And beside that, I have also joined research with Cloudy. If you see my bag, maybe you notice some Cloudy sticker on it. It's not promotion, yeah. And takeaway, I will say uncertainty and robustness are critical problem. It's really important. We, as a human being, as a human engineer, we have to really, really take care of it. To not let our upcoming generation get influenced by this. Because every second, there is a lot of junk data in internet. If you see the Facebook, they will show you every minute Donald Trump die in accident. But he's still alive. Greenland is captured by USA, but that's false. So that's called junk data. So we have to make sure like there is no uncertainty in any kind of model. And yeah. And if we do start to doubt the result, it is correct or it is uncertain, it will work. It will really work. So as a human, impact really matter in any field, either is as a software engineering or like team manager or as a professor, any kind of field, yeah. And at last, I will say we can move fast, but don't ignore uncertainty and be responsible for our own data and our own research. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any question,
thank you very much for the presentations.
And if you want to know more about my work, maybe go to Google Scholar or LinkedIn, and you can see everything about me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. This is a very interesting topic, so anyone would like to ask any questions, please ask.
If you don't have, it's also okay. Maybe we are tired after a long day. Okay, sure. Or if you feel shy, you can ask me later as well, it's okay.
Okay, so my name is Kenneth, and I'm still in my undergraduate, so I'm currently learning my AI and machine learning and deep learning algorithms. But my understanding is not as deep as yours, so thank you for your presentation. But I have a question. So does making a model learn with uncertainty mean that it's always going to be unsupervised learning?
Yeah, it can be unsupervised and also based in supervised. It's depend like, it's especially for unsupervised. So it's a different kind of model, like what kind of application or what kind of problem we are solving on. So it's depend, yeah. And it's also depend on the requirement of user. Like some, to be honest, many big tech company, they make the model uncertain. Because if they don't start to be over smart answer, user won't use it. Like GPT, if you say there's a lot of fake reference, and a lot of professors got expelled because of those reference are not exit, but GPT made of. So LLM models are built to be uncertain. This is not my words. This is OpenAI word, because OpenAI has questionized in during the NIPS. NIPS is one of the greatest conference in the world. Like if you see last year Nobel Prize winner, his paper was also from NIPS. Yeah. So LLM models are used to be uncertain, but we have to enhance them. We have to reduce the uncertainty based on it.
Follow-up question. So does making an LLM model have uncertainty mean that you're making a model from scratch from a transformer model or a BERT model, or do you have a hyperparameter fine-tuning?
No, we don't do that. If you want to do that, it will take a long time. And besides that, there's a really great question. If you see like DeepSeek is really great because DeepSeek have good amount of data. That's a small model, but their model have less uncertainty. So if we do from a scratch, it's really great. But we can still do like there's called black box, like different API. And if you give the good data, and even if data is less amount, if it's accurate, it will have very less amount of uncertainty. And it still be good for the user, yeah.
So it's transfer learning.
Exactly.
I see, okay, thank you.
So all right, have a nice evening, and do you have a question? Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. That's really impressive, comprehensive as well. So my question is regarding the human behavior to respond in it. So talking about the uncertainty, one of the main issue is as a human, we ask ChatGPT AI to seek for validation and also answer. Even though that the AI already trained to can answer the uncertainty and also like just give the honest answer for that, but the human behavior keep have a tendency to seek the answer for that and also give more prompts that eventually the AI itself will follow their direction, also their willingness. So how you will cover the issue with that?
So that's really great. Because if you see based on uncertainty research in machine learning, the matrix, we can go back a little bit to mathematics. Because in ML is like 50% math and 50% programming. So mathematics, matrix used to build like this. So what do we have to do to propose the new matrix? And since 1996, I don't think there is a new matrix proposed that can solve those problems. And when you go in a prompt, prompt is like predicting next word. And this afternoon or morning, one of the, I don't know, he was professor or like CEO of some company, they give very good example. It's a gambling, So prompt engineer is gambling. Sometimes can be the correct and some can be incorrect. And prompt is always like, if you give the prompt like, what's the capital city of China? And they will say capital city of China is Beijing. But if you ask again, what is the best food in Beijing? They will get confused. And they cannot understand the human behavior, philosophy, what he mean to be. For example, I'm from Nepal and I ask what's the best food in Beijing. They don't know my diverse human behavior, my background, my all the attributes. So they will prefer me as a Chinese, and they will recommend like Beijing Koya, it means like Peking dog. So human behavior is really matter based on the prompt engineering. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation and the discussions. Okay, let's move to the third presenter. Okay, let me invite Wei Changlin to present his work. Is Wei Changlin is here? No? Oh, nggak ada yang online nggak? Nggak ada. Okay. So, So we continue to the next presenter. I think this one is the last presenter. Okay, so I invite Intan Destia Helmi to present his work, AI Communication Assistance, Digital Literacy and Freedom of Expression in Indonesia, Governance Challenges and Policy Implications. The floor is yours.
works. All right. No, I'm just testing. All right. Hello, everyone. So, good morning, everyone. Okay, I know you guys all tired, even me, so I'm tired as well, but I've given the opportunity to present this. Actually, this is very brand new, but I've given the opportunity to present it in front of you guys. So it's still very ongoing, but I mean I'm still collecting the data, but there are so many results from the interviews that I would like to share to you regarding this research. And this is why I say it's brand new, because I just started my career as a lecturer. So technically, yeah, this is what I do about this whole AI communication assistant, digital literacy, and freedom of expression. Before we move on, I would like to know, do you guys know what happened in Indonesia back in August 2025? What happened in Indonesia? Anyone can yeah, sure.
If I'm not mistaken, it was a demonstration. Yeah, it was riot.
Yeah. Actually, I would like to highlight that, the demonstration. So in August 2025, there was this crazy demonstration, like a huge demonstration, because of the society's dissatisfaction. I'm sorry. It's already terribly late evening. So dissatisfaction regarding exactly on the time regarding the allowance for member of parliament in Indonesia, which costs a fortune, while at the same time high cost of living and then inflation spike, not to mention budget efficiency happening in Indonesia. So the demonstration was crazy. At first it happened in Jakarta and then it spread across Indonesia. And it actually, I have no idea whether it influences or not, because there's no specific report that's specifically saying that it influenced Philippines to do so. Anyone from Philippines here? You guys also doing demonstration in August, right? Because some said that you are influenced by what had happened in Indonesia, but technically there's no specific report about it. And at the same time, not long after that, in Nepal, also happened, right? The young generation came to the street to demonstrate about this high cost of living, something like that. So on that time, one of my friends, if you guys know it from Indonesia, during President Prabowo Subianto visit to New York in United Nations conference, so one of my friends, she was interviewed by Indonesian TV in New York. She just expressed her, her gratitude, and also her, she's feeling proud that she's been invited to attend that United Nations conference. Not to mention our president, Prabowo Subianto. Our president, after so long, I would say after 10 years, for the first time, our president came to United Nations conference, attended that conference. She just expressing her soul, praise and everything like that, her personal opinion. But the doxing was crazy. If you guys read the news, any one of you read the news? One of the Indonesian students studying in Colombia received doxing. Yeah, she's my friend actually. And it was so crazy. She received doxing, cyberbullying, her social media being judged by so many Indonesian users, being blamed, being judged, and so many slandered at the same time. Then it made me realize, what's the problem with Indonesian society? This woman who came to New York to study, she's enjoying a lot of things there with her personal money, with her own money. But it being doxed by the fact that, by the judgment that she's actually being sponsored by the government, blah, 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 to stay in a very luxurious New York, luxurious hotel, something like that, being doxed, big slender so many times. Then I realized the problem, after I did my first initial research, it is because of digital literacy of Indonesian quite sucks. It's unequal across Indonesia. About this digital literacy, I plan to initiate a research earlier about AI communication assistant, whether it will be possible for Indonesian to get assistance so that they can communicate well in social media. So you get it feels like a Grammarly. It works like Grammarly in social media specifically. That's what I thought. So that a lot of people in Indonesia would try to comment or doing something, they will be like Grammarly to correct them. It's best for you to comment this way and comment that way. In that case, people of Indonesian can live well, can live healthily. Their mental health won't be affected, but won't be consumed by this whole negativity, I would say. And then, not long after that, throughout my observation and also my interview, turns out it will be significantly like being used, being controlled by our government. Because our government, I mean, there are so many reports regarding our government trying to control the government, trying to control the media, something like that. So freedom of speech, if this AI communication assistance being available in Indonesia, will be at stake. So at the same time, we're trying to improve the level of digital literacy, but at the same time, it will affect the freedom of speech of Indonesian people. But at the same time, there are a lot of people gonna be affected. That's why I initiated this research, AI communication assistance, digital literacy, and freedom of expression in Indonesia, governance challenges, and policy implication. Okay? Oh, sorry. Oh. All right. So why this paper and why now? It's highly timely because it's exactly within the current presidential government. That's the first. And the second, in Indonesia, our president, Indonesian, Pak Prabowo Subianto, he initiated like strengthen this policy about standardized Bahasa Indonesia across all sector. If you guys know it. So actually it's normal for a lot of like languages, like English. In Jakarta, we have this kind of Jaksel style where we mixing between Indonesian and English when we're talking. But actually our president Prabowo Subianto, he tried to make like our Bahasa Indonesia become strengthened so that our Indonesian people will use it as our primary language, and across media sector will use Bahasa Indonesia like to strengthen the quality of Bahasa Indonesia itself. So it's actually like it's highly relevant to what our government are looking for, while at the same time our country, Indonesia, is going to reach this digital Indonesia nation by digital Indonesia vision by 2045. So technically it's very relevant with the current situation, not to mention rapid expansion of AI-driven communication tools according to TOE in 2025. And also, we have over 200 million society people in Indonesia with over 300 million social media users and phones. So technically, we are as like the largest population in Southeast Asia, we contributed significantly to this rapid expansion of AI-driven communication tools. And then persistent digital literacy gaps between urban and rural communities, it happens. It's very unequal in Indonesia. In Java, it's highly expanded, but in most of the areas, like in the east, like in Papua, and then some areas in Sumatra, in Kalimantan, they weren't as digitalized how it is in Jakarta and in many big cities like in Java. And also increasing reliance on AI to manage online communication risk. I mean, like, I just started my career as a lecturer, but I was a student not a year ago. I was still a student. When I was a student, not just me, a lot of my friends were heavily reliant on AI for our work, for our communication, even to send an emails. So technically, it's not just me, it's not just my students currently studying in university, but also like all of us. We're living in the era where a lot of things can be simplified with the existence of AI. So that's why this paper matters now. And then, okay, this is actually, I thought at first, is there any Grammarly here in Indonesia? But turns out we have this kind of app, but doesn't work like specific like Grammarly. They work specifically like, okay, if you want to simplify or make yours text more formal, more academic, something like that, you can go to this app, but there's no specific app like Grammarly that integrated directly to their social media app. So I was wondering if it's possible, how do we for us to maintain freedom of speech and while at the same time improving the digital literacy of Indonesian? And okay, so this is the core problem. The first, AI communication assistant promised to improve communication quality. That's the first hypothesis. And the second, governance frameworks remain undeveloped, which is currently still happening in Indonesia. And then these tools intervene in everyday expression, not just content moderation. We are all. And then raise of tension between digital literacy goals and freedom of expression. And then this paper addresses this governance gap before large-scale deployment. Okay, all right. The research gap from my research currently is about platform level content moderation, especially here in Indonesia, and then AI ethics in general. It hasn't been developed significantly here in Indonesia for the user specifically, and misinformation detection. It is spread crazily. I mean, like we heard about phishing, scam, phishing. I mean, one of our speakers explained a lot about it. So it's something, it's part of our daily life. Even me, I was actually being detected by this phishing, but fortunately I didn't get like fished, I would say. So yeah, so this is my research question. The research question is, why can AI communication assistants be governed and designed to improve digital literacy and reduce harmful online content while maintaining freedom of expression in Indonesia? This is my research objective, especially regarding the role of AI communication assistants in digital literacy. Indonesia has significant problem relating to digital literacy. It's not equal. That's why this is becoming the core concern of my research, and analyze stakeholders' perceptions. That's why I've been interviewing lecturers, experts, and students, and the data from social media, and then identify potential risks of freedom of expression and evaluate existing governance framework, then propose governance and ethical design principles in order to support this AI communication assistance, which I believe plays significant role in digital literacy, but at the same time, freedom of expression without actually being self-censored by our government. And then, okay, this is the conceptual hypothesis. This is still work in progress. Advisory and educational AI design support digital literacy, obviously. Preservation of user agency reduces negative perceptions of expressive restriction, and then transparent governance mechanism increases trust in AI systems. That's why, thanks to you guys, thanks to Rocky and a lot of people who are already like working so hard on harnessing this AI, because this will play significant part
3
in
minutes
AI.
left.
Yeah, in AI works in Indonesia, and lack of government frameworks increase the risk of over-standardization. So yeah, this is my conceptual framework already set, and the outcomes is clear: digital literacy, user trust, expressive confidence, and my expected contribution is to academics, so that shift focus from platform moderation to AI-mediated everyday communication, policy informing our government, and practical design principle for rights-preserving AI communication assistance. So yeah, okay, I already said this, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentations. Any questions from anybody?
Hello, my name is Naila. I want to ask about this presentation. So I am a user of X, that we know as Twitter, and during the August 2025, in which the demonstration was held, there were a lot of hoax spreading all of the timeline, especially in my timeline. And then there was this tweet about that thing, and then there's this community notes. And is it similar with the presentation overall, that the community notes is some kind of AI that they correct of this certain person tweet that this is a hoax? Is it similar? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is actually part of it. So actually, how do I for AI specifically to suggest what kind of like command or reaction that you can do in social media? That's what we call it, like something like a notes itself. That's how we try to, like, at the same time, for people, especially young generation, older generation coming from the rural area probably, who hasn't like getting education just like us, and then they want to comment on social media expressing their thought, but at the same time they have no idea how to frame it in a very positive and constructive way. AI communication assistant will help them to do so. So it's actually like that. But at the same time, at first, I want to frame it in a way that it helps us as users in social media to act ethically. What I mean by ethically, when you're commenting or something, you won't be just like saying something so dark, so slandering, so judging. Instead, there will be like specific terms, specific lines that you can absolutely say without actually using those bad words. You understand what I mean? So that's actually the intention of AI communication assistant, which until now hasn't been harnessed, like hasn't been like significantly developed by those AI apps in Indonesia. And why this matters? Because it is so crazy here in Indonesia. That's why we say plus 62. Plus netizen plus 62 so crazy in social media. They act like crazy, like have no boundaries. They act as they please. They have no idea, like there are others who receive those comments and feeling like hurted because of it. So because of that, that's what we're trying to maintain in social media. But at the same time, because of this control from the government, there are so many issues. You guys know that how crazy our politics is. Because of that, that's the attention, how the way for us to ensure that this idea, this movement won't be the tool for our government to control us at the same time, shaping our narrative. Like how it is, like if you guys doing a research, like
Okay, we only have 6 minutes left, so.
all right. Okay, so, all right. So yeah, thank you. And then any more questions, guys?
Yeah, any
sure.
more questions? The one that is at the back.
What was the result of the in August 2025 about the demonstration, the Gajah Mada and Jogja? So many students they were against come to outside against that demonstrations. So they say why the Prabowo the policy changed to the many like teachers people they discharged like from the field of educations, universities, colleges. So I mean, what was the result of that demonstrations as a positive impacts or negative impact? Because many Indonesians, young like master students, bachelor students, those students who study like not self-study, yeah? He applied for Indonesian scholarships. Everyone want to stay and everyone wants to that we are study not we cannot afford ourselves to get education. That's why this was the administration, the people come outside to the stop the roads and the, stand the front of the many universities and they strike. So what's the result? Do you have any idea? So Prabowo, the president of Indonesia, so he finally what he showed the result of this demonstration about the youth.
Wait, you mean that the reason of President Prabowo to initiate that kind of policy on that time? That's what you're intending to ask me?
Yes, yes. So what was the result? The
reason that caused the demonstration.
Yeah,
that's the highlight of it.
So what was the result? Finally, there is a solution. How do you know the solution? What was the solution?
Okay,
Yeah.
the solution itself.
Yeah.
So technically, regarding the solution, regarding for that house allowance for member of parliament, it's being dismissed. At first there
Dismissed.
at first there was a house allowance, and it has ended until August, if I wasn't mistaken. August was the last month for those member of parliament to receive that house allowance. That's the first. And I mean, like the killing for that online driver when he's just performing his duties, but turns out he's being killed by these police officers. And because of that, they give like compensation and something like that. But what makes it kind of like very, very saddening and very dilemmatic, it's that there's no like specific movement to solve the situation. Only, okay, these member of parliaments that like expressing their like happiness, whatever it is, like they joyful and something like that, like acting like they're not like member of representatives, they're just being dismissed from their role, and that's it.
Okay.
So technically,
if they dismiss this the situation, so what's the
solution, right?
Solution now? Those people they want to don't be dismissed. So now currently, what's the position of the youth? That's the students they want to study.
From what I did research,
Yeah.
there's no like specific result of it. There's no specific, I mean, like decision or something like that regarding to
Okay,
that.
okay.
Focusing on what happened to our member of parliament, and all of a sudden, you know, guys, how the government control the media. I mean, like the news just like dismissed, like gone like that.
Thank
So
you.
there's no people
Thank you,
actually
thank you
talking
so
about
much.
it.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the questions. We are approaching the end of this session. Okay, I also have my own questions.
Okay.
Maybe just like Gichan. You need to draw the borderline between standardizations and also censorship.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you need to.
Yeah.
There is ethical problems there. Yeah, that's just my suggestion. So I think we are at the end of this session.
Okay.
Thank you very
so
much for the
everyone.
presentation. And I'm gonna give back this session to the committee. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys feeling?
Tired,
was
sleepy.
Very sleepy?
Because I'm sleepy.
You're sleepy?
Yeah, I'm sleepy right now.
Okay, for the next session, it's gonna be a bit more fun, a bit more interactive. You're gonna have a lot of communicating and interacting with each other, especially with your group, because we're gonna go into, what is it called?
We're gonna separate into our own group. You guys already have the list, right? You guys already know your group, right? Yeah,
Yes.
so we're gonna
Okay.
separate into our own personal group, and we're gonna work together and
Yeah.
just like just like what he said.
Okay, next we will do group works. So each of the group, we prepare a classroom so you can go to the classroom there and then start finishing your work, okay? So group number 1, go to AG01 because in the front of the door you see the class number. And group number 2, AG3, group number 3, AG4, group number 4, AG5, group number 6, AG5, AG6, sorry, group number 6, AG7. So you can go there and start finishing. So we have conclude at 7 p.m. because the last time we can use the facility by 7 p.m. Yeah, and then the mentor will come and visit you later on. Okay.
Okay, you guys may follow our organizers here that's wearing the green jacket and green lanyard. They'll help you get to the classes.
Okay, additional information. AG means A, campus A. We have campus A and campus B. G means ground floor. Okay.